Oh, sorry. I said good morning, panic cover call buyers. Um, no, I'll probably buy back some CCs. But we'll see what happens. I'm not gonna buy them back right when market opens because it's just fucking stupid. We're not moassing. Ugh. Cold Mike. That's not OPEX. OPEX is over. Did you sleep? A little bit, yeah. Time to move into SPX positions. Yeah, the market and futures stabilized pretty nicely into this morning. I'm surprised there wasn't more downside. But to be fair, Amazon's earnings weren't that bad, right? They're just trading at absurd PE ratios. Those have been reduced. I missed out. What's going on? Why is the GME price up? People are FOMOing in because Ortex reported bad shit. Which wouldn't be the first time they did it. Market opens neutral on Big Straddle Day. Tell me again, Composite Man doesn't exist. I mean, one side of those straddles is up. I don't think they're not neutral. They're only up like 2%, but they're up. My Amazon straddle's way up. You didn't use my stream card. I don't know if I saw it. I want to sell even more bear call spreads. I was thinking of grabbing some shares for the ETF FTD covering next week for GME. When is a good time to buy? Probably right before the ETF FTD covering for GME next week. Yeah, we could see some downside before then. I would say that today is probably not a great day to buy because people are going to rush into zero DTs at market open. Um, and we might like pump up a little bit into the massive wall of puts. Um, or Tuesday because T plus two and all these puts are expiring. Oh, look at that. Hmm. Do I want to buy $27 zero DTEs? Sure. Pin the daily. Oh shit. Thought I did that already. All right. Boom. Thank you, Fluffy. I'm rich. Jimmy through 2750, but not through 30. Don't get me wrong, I'm very happy with a push up to 30 if we can do it. There's still a lot of put gamma. Let's see, where's our highest level right now? I think it's still 2750. 27's the highest level. If we could break 27, 28, we have a pretty smooth path to 30. But we'll see. It's Gamma Max 3125. It'd be cool if we break Gamma Max. Open my other brokerage account. 1 second. Sorry. 545. Boom. Ooh, profit. Let's see if we can do not. All right. What? That was fun. Oh no, none of us saw this coming. I think Wall Street bets are their sacrifice. I don't think it's done. If the market pops again, we could push up one more time, but the FOMO is definitely going to slow down. His 8% run-ups are very telling. Did you sell more cover calls? I don't know, maybe. I've started doing a volatile. Ah, but I want to watch Apple because I have 0 DTEs. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's not really that exciting. Sorry, I'm just trying to manage positions real quick here. What's the cause for the GME run up? People YOLOing super hard into 0 DTEs because Vortex printed some shitty data and they're very excited about it. Also, the market's rallying, which helps. That helps push us up a little bit. Apple's pushing up. Upstart is off reg show. I thought that means it can't go up anymore. Oh, that's not true. No, I'm not tired. I just got a bunch of shit I have to do this morning. It's a busy morning for the stocks. Breaking news, I'm up 20 cents on my silver position. Don't hate me because I'm such a big fish. Baller. Apple's still holding market up in 2022. Will we see in 2023? Tesla dead. Tesla sucks. Apple's doing pretty well. I mean, Apple's earnings were fine. Most of the downside from their earnings were Amazon. Is our favorite penny stock Rebecca shows 0 volume traded to you also. I do not have my Schwab account open at all. You're gonna have to give me a second. I am showing 22,000 volume for Revlon today. Jesus. I'm starting showing a lot fewer shares to short, but rate is also down. Okay. Why would Rev entertain sale offers now that the stock is worthless? Their assets aren't worthless. They just don't have a lot of equity value. Did you get any Amazon at 87 and after hours last night? I got a couple hundred shares. I didn't get them at 87 though. I got them at 88. I'm just gonna do like buy rights on them just while IV's high. I just need Apple to just poke its head above 150, 250 today, and I'll be very happy. Oh, gross. Is Upstart just not everything's being internalized? Oop. Where are they gonna stuff GME? I don't know. Why would I be mad? I just got to roll my cover calls up to a higher strike for even more money. I made like $1,600 off of the morning FOMO. Pretty happy, actually. Cat's going back up. S&P hasn't fallen below 3,800 during the day trading session. These are all nice. I think Upstart going back to reg show next week. It could. They're more likely to get a little liquidity through the ETF FTD period. I think if it goes back on reg show, it'd be during OPEX. Honestly, like that's when the most pressure is applied. I don't like cat puts particularly. They're kind of grindy and unreliable. Like cat's not guaranteed to go back down to 164, and if it does, it'll be slow. Why spy and not SPX? Oh, I don't know. I just fucking had it open. At zero DT spy straddle at 380, took 115% profit on my put last night, and took 2% on my call this morning. Will BlackRock hire me now? Nice, man. Yeah, I closed some of my short leg of my SPX straddle in after hours, but the spreads on that are always really, really bad. So not quite 115%. Just so you guys know, not all brokers offer after hours SPX trading. As far as I know, IBKR, TDA, those are the only ones I know of. Yeah, mainly IBKR. I think TDA has it too. Or they were supposed to have it. I can't remember. I don't use TDA. Does Fidelity have it? I would never trade SPX on Fidelity. It's too clunky. Even if you can't sell the straddle in after hours, like as long as the percent move is large enough, you'll make money the next day. But it is advantageous to have a broker that'll let you do it. The problem is the spreads on them are really bad, so you don't get as much profit as you would if it opened at that price. I think what they do is they like swap the potential return with ES in order to continue trading it in after hours. I'm willing Fubo to close below 350 just for today so I can get assigned to my CSPs before we rip next week. What do you think the chances of that happening are? Let's see. It's possible. We're heading there. Heading there pretty quick. See when GME bulls either give up or we break out. I'm in there. I leveraged a bunch of contracts. So it's safe to sell CCs for next week. I'd give it a minute. Remember that the ramp from like 28 to 30 is very, very slim. So we can move up into that range. I'd be careful selling calls in that range. At least until we see a turnaround. Bute's ripping on S&P. That's a good sign. Read the daily GD, Rasma. IBKR is the best. They just need to improve their platform and they will get more customers, especially for Europeans. Exchange rate Euro to USD on FX at no spread with a $1 fee. Yeah. The next Fed rate increase, your money's gonna go up. What happens if GME goes above Gamma Max? The hedge will probably. They're so close. The hedge would probably flip. We'd probably get like a big volume outbreak for a little bit. I don't know the range on that. 10, 15% above there and then fall back down. It's not great for our liquidity if that happens. It would probably be bad for November OPEX or at least weaken it slightly. But be fun for today. Where are we going up today? I thought shorting after OPEX. Not always. They're very illiquid right now. We probably will some next week. Usually not shorting till after ETF FTDs. Right? They've got to hit those pockets of liquidity to short. And nothing's like no steam has been blown off, right? So no liquidity has been created. I kind of went over this the other day on stream pretty extensively. I brought up like the liquidity charts and tried to show you guys how that liquidity relates to GME's cyclical movements. My rev calls are up over 1,500%. Equals $39. Let's fucking go. Nice, man. Can you give me your 2 cents on Amazon Jan 110 Cs, 35 Delta with hopefully enough Theta. Ah, probably okay. I don't like them. A little too far out of the money, frankly. I understand you have more Delta, but that's just because of how far they're dated. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of those. I might target a tighter range. The market making stop hunting on SPX is so amazingly abusive to retail investors. You just have to laugh at it. You have to what's the best way to describe this? You have to plan for it. How is the market up right now? Why not? I mean, no one's earnings were that bad. Like Amazon missed by a couple billion in sales, but their EPS was still good. Apple kind of beat. Do you think today was only FOMO and not the vol shorts getting liquidity? No, it wasn't. They didn't get a lot of liquidity off of this. This was very minimal. Just FOMO and people YOLOing into zero TTs. I made some money on the IV bump using my super D duper limit orders, but now I'm out until next week. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get out here in a second too. I'm waiting because the market looks really good to test 38.50, but I'm only gonna give it like uh at most like another 30 minutes. Jimmy's FOMO is stabilizing it against the downside, unlike Upstart and Fubo. You made SPX nervous again. I placed my limit buy on the rejection, but I placed it a little too high. Hopefully I move back green now. Pending home sales in 2 minutes. Cool. I'm letting my 1118 27 cc's on GME ride. Okay. I can think of worse things to do, I suppose. When or what PT for next round of puts on the SPX? I don't know. I'm not ready to buy my next round of puts. That'll depend on how high we go. Don't forget, we still have the Fed decision next week, which could, I mean, absolutely change everything. 150K available on iBarrow. Apple's still pushing up. Still doesn't look that bad. There we go. A little bit. Still very, very choppy bull pressure. Um End of day predictions for the SPY. I think we look good for a test of 3850. Above that is a little questionable. I don't know how much more we could really get out of it. But you said they will not pivot. I don't think they will. But 75 BPS is already more than expected, right? That's not bearish. How long will you keep your upstart Jan calls? I'll probably hold them through November OPEX. I'll average them down a little bit when it's worth it. Right now, it's just not. Are you still holding your 1118 upstart 20Ps? No, I closed them at like 60 something percent profit. We're starting to build a very choppy ascending wedge. It's really volatile though. Big battle for 3850. Looks like. I think we can break up here, but it's uh it might take a minute. Home sales big mess. Okay. Do you have an end of day price target for GME? No, I think right now it's going to depend very very much on if the SPX breaks up higher. Man, fucking Apple's still pushing up. Doesn't give a fuck. So 3830 puts, take profit. Fill the gap. And Jamie is a motherfucker. Not great. Yeah, Intel's doing pretty well too, but they pulled back their like forward guidance really, really hard. Bear trap? A little bit. If you had to pick between Fubo or Upstart to play in the next 2 weeks, which one and why? I don't know, Fubo's got earnings and Upstart's got ETF FTDs. So yeah, either or. I mean, selling CSPs on Upstart, I think, is still more profitable than Fubo. Up 30% on my GME 0GT $26 puts. Interesting. Given that the price is like barely moved. Any reason your stream is blank? I don't think it's blank. What do you mean it's blank? Like the stream card? I have no idea. Just refresh it. Oh, fuck yes, Apple. Apple doesn't give a shit about our economic conditions. I would exchange euro to USD at my bank. I need to pay a fixed 750 euro fee plus 0.15% the amount. And the rate is either made by them or they're using Bloomberg fixed rate plus 1.5%. I hate Europe. That sounds like a fucking pain in the ass. What's up, man? Atomic Sun. What recession? Our GDP numbers just came out fucking awesome. Any chance RC pulls us by dumping his Apple shares at the top like Bobby? After he moved OPEX, I'm scared of the man. Fair enough. I'm up 200% on Apple Zero DTEs. What do? I mean, probably shave some profits off, right? Hmm. Econ strong equals Fed can hike more. Yeah, it does. They don't need to, though. They only need to do 1.25 this year, right? Like, I don't think they're gonna hike beyond their planned rate increase. They don't need to be more aggressive right now. They don't need to pull back either, but they don't need to be more aggressive. I contacted them to ask them how they make FX market or what rate do they use, at least where I can find said rates, but they did not respond. Huh. I just found out I have diabetes yesterday. That's super awful, Glider. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm in great shape, work out regularly, and eat clean, so complete surprise. Hopefully he puts on my glucose levels with these new meds. That's rough, man. I guess like type 1 diabetes? Like genetic? Sorry to hear that, man. But hopefully if you like please tell me if it's type 2, it's 100% reversible. If it's type 1, there's no way to reverse it. Yeah, that. We're gonna do that thing where we fucking drive down all day. No, maybe not. Well, hopefully, either way, since you're used to eating well and stuff, it'll be easy to maintain a healthy lifestyle even with it. We should just fill this fucking gap already and get our day over with. Um, if Apple goes above 190, I'm gonna make a shitload of money. What's your favorite song or artist, and why is it Ariana Grande? Santa, can you tell me? It's absolutely not that. Huh. All right, gaps filled. All right. Win Orpex. My bad. I closed my Spy puts 5 minutes ago, so we're going down. I don't know. We'll see. The gap to the downside just filled, so hopefully we'll see a little bit of upside now. Looks like calls are coming in at 38.30. Here at 38.35. Can we calculate roughly how much money Wall Street Bets gave market makers today? I have no idea. I'd imagine since it didn't rip, a lot of people got kind of dissuaded. What is SPX doing today? We'll find out. If we're gonna see like more like long capitulation into the end of the day, like yesterday, then I'm just gonna walk away from it because it's gonna be super volatile again. I think we're gonna rally a little bit though. This looks like a good point for a reversal. So we just filled that little upside gap, and then we'll see if we get some more buy pressure at this level. If we do, we can keep moving up. There's some 38.30 calls that came in, so the level's not terrible. You think we'll cross GM today on GME? I don't think it's very likely, no. I think we could move up and come close to testing it. I think it's pretty unlikely that we cross it. Are you entering any additional long calls on SPX today? No. I still have like 5 3800s for November. I have a couple of 0 DTEs. Things get a lot more bullish if we can cross 38.35. Tresham for mod, yeah, I know. I was supposed to do that last night. Well, something like that. Are you entering any additional long calls on SPX? No. Glider. Also be extremely wary of sugars on the ingredients label. Maltodextrin isn't a sugar, so it's not listed as such, but it spikes insulin way worse than sugar. It's probably something good to know. Ooh, we did cross 38.35. I like this. $38.40. Kind of the next hurdle. Slow climb, but it's steady. I think that's pretty good. SPX closing at this level is perfect for me. Oh, okay. Oh, do you have it like you sell like condors on it or something? Do you think Upstart will run in November? If so, around which dates? If it does, I would expect it would run around OPEX. We may see some ETF FTD like that period. We may see some running in there too. The obscene amount of bullishness on Apple right now is really stabilizing SPX. Otherwise, I think we would have slipped further. But it's building confidence and call buyers on SPX, which is good. Because now we're starting to see like 3850 orders come in. I like it. It's a nice bullish reversal. If we pull back, if the extent of our pullback is the 3835 resistance here, that's pretty bullish. I think we'll see a higher high. Cat just ripping for fun. Next resistance is just the best. What a great zero DTE play. Peak irony. Do you have Greeks on Apple? Yeah, it's Apple. Apple's not super influenced by its call chain though, so something you should remember. But yeah, it's delta neutral's 146, gamma neutral 149, gamma max is 190, and vega neutral's 144.59. The cross to the upside of vega neutral is like a long-term bull signal. So farther dated out of the money calls on Apple right now, probably not very bad. It's happening, dork. Further dated, same like November 170 Cs. I don't know. Dear Lord, they're up 2%, man. It's been nice watching your stream. Enjoy your Costa Rica retirement. I mean, only if Apple goes to 165, right? So for those of you guys who are unaware of what my weird out of the money Apple calls are, me and Dork decided to buy a metric fuckload of Apple 170 calls for November 18th. I already said a metric fuckload. They're doing their thing, and I'm very happy about it. Jimmy Discord was an absolute circus last night. Feces flinging chimps, rabid raccoons, and a few lion tamers attacked tabbies in heat. I haven't belly laughed that hard in weeks. Good ringmaster game to mods. Thanks, Moon Man. Discord last night was fucking ridiculous. everyone was getting like pumped up on people being sarcastic. And then that just highlighted like the sheer insane number of super stonkers that participate in the poor chat. How much are you up on your Apple calls? 13% so far. If Apple hits 170, I don't know if we'll keep them past today, but if Apple were to hit 170, I would make like 150 grand. Now they're up 20%. I mean, it's still a way out of the money YOLO. It's not like I full ported into them Blueberry Batman. They're 50-cent calls. What do you want? Thank you so much, Koala Hugger. Billionaires would never troll the poor chat, Girk. Never. I'm allergic to apples, actually. I have very severe allergic reaction to them. Hey, SPX predictions playing out. But wait. So no. Stay away from my cup. Fuck bastards. Oh well. Apple closes at 170 and I make 50K off a $600 lotto bet. What did Koala Hugger say? I have no idea. I think he just gave me $3, which was really nice of him. They are thieves. The fucking MMs on SPX. Yeah, they are. That's okay. I still made like 40% on those calls, or 30% on those calls. That wasn't bad. What's that? I can't hear you over Wall Street bets collectively screaming into their pillows. But Dork, GME's short interest is 500,000 million%. Hedgies are fuck, bruh. I love that the combined weight of Superstock and Wall Street bets can't push through a put wall skinnier than Hazy's penis. Wall Street bets and SS have been poor for months. And only like 25% of us are making money. You love this place. You're so full of shit. What's up, Ben? Can you believe that someone wants to buy our Revlon bags? Goddamn, I hate SPX so much sometimes. How many of you guys have started trading SPX only to find out that no matter how wide you set your stop, they'll tap it right before it runs up 500 points? That's insulting to the thickness of my pickles. Those SS boys could push past, could push past a wet paper towel? You mean couldn't? Who wants to buy our rev bags? What did I miss? They announced at the bankruptcy, the omnibus hearing yesterday, that they want to start accepting buyout offers. And they've already sent out several NDAs apparently. I try not to set stops, but keep an eye on it. You have to have stops on SPX. You'll lose an obscene amount of money if you don't. You have no choice. You just have to. Here's how you beat it. You either have to buy in after they've stopped stop loss hunting, right? Or you need to chase. And that's super shitty, right? You can buy theta with no stops, but that's not really day trading it. Then you're just swinging. Or you have to, I guess another option you can do is you can set the stop. But look how fucking long this wick is. Like, it's ridiculous. It wicked all the way down to like 977. For that contract, right? Yeah, I'll just go back to the regular chart. I forgot I was on the wrong chart. Run SPX on a slower interval and make it easier to trade. Say the 1 hour. I mean, that's swing trading it. Sure. You can trade it on the 5-minute, but the markets are too illiquid for that right now. Like, there's not enough interest in equities. This means that a group of investment bankers are shilling rev everywhere now. Fun stuff. I'm excited about it. V's bussin'. Nice. I need to sell my last 130 shares of Bobby for $600 and take the $1,500 loss. I've been sitting on the Upstart sidelines. Is it still an okay entry for Jan calls? I would wait until either before the ETF FTD period or just after. And frankly, I would probably wait till just after the ETF FTD period. Wait for the market to kind of stop pressuring everything a little bit. I don't think Upstart's gonna go nuts until like an OPEX period. if it goes nuts. I don't think it's gonna happen until OPEX. So there's probably plenty of time to get in. If you want to make some money off of it, you can always sell CSPs on it. Do funds ever borrow shares not to sell, but to prevent others from having them available? Um, Not frequently. Generally, a share borrow agreement is done in order to satisfy something. So the borrow and whatever it's being borrowed for are occur simultaneously. You can't really borrow shares to just hold them. Right? So you have like a short borrow agreement, and that's, the second you complete the agreement, the stock is shorted at, the price that you wanted to short at. Um, you can use borrows to satisfy previous failures to locates, but that is also transacted immediately. There's a couple other cases for share borrowing, but generally speaking, the borrow and the transaction occur simultaneously. So no one's just like borrowing shares and putting them in their share piggy bank. You would buy shares to do that, and that's something that's happened in the past, and something that big institutions will do on stocks that are very, very illiquid. I think Burry had to do it once, very famously, to short something. But you buy and then you borrow your own shares. Have put prices for Upstart gone down a little bit? I mean, 20s are down a little bit because it's trading at like 23, right? But as you get closer to 20, they'll become more attractive. Full port into Bobby after news of possible data breach. No. Oh, that's what I want to do. I want to full port into BBBY because they have shitty cybersecurity. Would a buyout of Rev require a force shorts to get out? Yes. Because the owner of the lended shares would need them back to sell them to the purchasing party. So it would trigger a share recall. It's 20 still a safe floor for upstart CSPs, considering selling some 21Ps for a week out. Interesting. I think it is. I think it'll hold through the ETF FTD period. After the ETF FTD period, Upstart could slide below that $20 floor. There seems to be quite a lot of buyers at $20 for Upstart, though. What range do you expect Rev offers to be in? 5, 10, 20? I mean, there's what, 80 million shares, and uh they have a lot of debt, but it's, also based on the future value of their assets. So 54 million shares outstanding, and their revenues. I mean, I can't exactly do a. I'd have to do a lot more work to give you like an actual price, but um, I would say Probably around 4 billion. Three to 4 billion, maybe. Do you know how FTDs are managed on Rev? When it moves to RevRQ on OTC, I mean, the FTDs are still subject to SEC like 203B and FINRA 4320. So roughly the same way. I mean, not a lot of difference. There's some more flexibility with locates because OTC is all transacted broker to broker. But like I said before, it's nobody wants to take the risk to try to like overshort Revlon on OTC. It's really dangerous. Especially with like such a large primary shareholder. I think the RevRQ options can be sold. They're just not worth anything, so there's no buyer. Off the top, 0.5 contracts at 0.7 with a strike of 40, or 2 contracts at 1.6 with a $34 strike, 30 DTE. What price are the 40s? Just use a calculator, man. I don't even know what stock you're talking about, Justin. Yeah, all obligations carry over. Just like your position doesn't change in Revlon when it goes to OCC, neither do the shorts. Not even 33% of you have liked the stream. Don't leave Fluffy hanging like this, y'all. If you guys could, drop a like. I would appreciate it. I was trying to grasp the variables in my head. Use an options calculator. It's going to give you a much more realistic projection, right? Provided you don't turn the IV all the way up. Are you closing your SPXC runners? I already did. I stopped out at like 15. I think it was like 1540 per contract. Not a lot, like 30% gain. It wasn't bad. I didn't nail the top, but I got close. Turning the IV up on options strat is my favorite game. Hmm. There we go, another rally. I made 75% off Spy today. Very happy. Can never thank you enough for all the knowledge. Thanks, Jade. Congratulations, dude. Is that giant head and shoulders on Costco's daily? I really fucking hope so. I want Costco to drop so bad, and it just won't. Well, SPX hold 38.50. It looks kind of good right now. You see Jimmy testing its intraday high today? We could if market pressure keeps up, maybe. They might just let the price slide a little. Um and like drop some internalization. And if they do, we might move up into that range a little bit. Like this us breaking VWAP here is really good. If you liked Rev, where would you buy in? I mean, it's like $1 a share. Like, even if the offers are atrocious, they're going to be more than Rev's currently worth, I think. Did you consider Hal 40Cs from your pickles picks? Now. Let me look at Halliburton's chart today. I mean, it's just done nothing but go up. Um, I don't, I don't love that it's in my mid range already. I wouldn't. I would either wait for a pullback or I wouldn't target higher than like 38. Man, how many calls did I buy on that? I'll just hold them. All right, we're starting to get a little breakout here on GME. That's nice. Let's see if any of that FOMO is still there. Is the short interest Ortex data true or is it debunked? I have no idea. I thought it disappeared this morning, but I'm still not sure. I haven't. I mean, I don't look at Superstock very often. Jesus Christ. Where's Danorama? Where you at, Danorama? You bearish son of a bitch. I know you're watching. I came back in the morning because, fan the flame. I mean, I don't care if I make money on my zero DTs. Twice. At this rate, 3890, 3900 seems reachable. 3890, that's a bit of a stretch. We'll see. It's kind of weak in this range. But yeah, we could potentially. Ooh, Gamma's starting to skew a little bearish. Interesting. Oh, but we're above the flip point. 3905 maybe. I think 3905 is. I don't know if we'll see it today, but it's possible. Was a dude in SPX Spy Billionaires chat saying we're going down? That might be Danorama. Thoughts on starting to DCA into BTU leaps at this price. I mean, it's above my target price for BTU. So, I mean, you could, but you're taking on a little risk. I think if the market continues to rally, BTU will probably fall a bit. Oh, that's something else I wanted to mention. We were talking about Boyle the other day. I'm actually not going to enter a Boyle position. Um, Europe's reserves are starting to look kind of good for nat gas. And even though I think natural gas prices will probably spike again deeper into the winter, I don't think I want Boyle as my exposure to that. So if it was something you guys are thinking about, take that into consideration. There could be some like very near-term underperformance. BP is like a little safer because obviously they have exposure to a lot of other stuff besides just nat gas. They just benefit from nat gas. You said your target's like 30 previously, I'm pretty sure. My target for BTU is higher than 30, but it's a target. I mean, it's not a bad price. I just think it could be gotten cheaper with a little patience. I don't think coal's like quite ready to rally yet. It'll probably rally when the commodity market starts to heat up. And I'm thinking that'll probably be like Q2 next year. Provided, the war in Russia doesn't end. Or Ukraine. Consider it insurance. That's fair. I mean, when the commodity market heats up, if it does, it will probably heat up very, very fast. So you're not wrong there. I don't know if I want to take weekend theta on these November 18 Apple calls. I'm up like 30% on the position already, which is better than I expected. But it's still so bullish. This SPX mult-up look a bit weak. No? It looks really strong, actually. It's, it keeps pulling back, rising more, pulling back, rising more. This is like a fairly stable, if not kind of rapid, price realization. Can't afford membership anymore. Please help. What do you want me to do? It seems 100% Apple driven. I don't know about that. AMD's up 5%. Uh, Nasdaq's performing fairly well. Costco's up 2%. Netflix not up a lot. HD and Cat are up. Visa's up. I mean, Apple's up a lot, but Nvidia's up 2% also. Meta's up 1.3. So a lot of the big cap companies are moving up fairly decently. Even Amazon's recovering really well. Amazon's earnings weren't that bad. Their PE is just egregious, that's all. Oh, no, I never looked at it, Nick. I'll take a look now. Uh, packaged software. I would say the run they're on currently looks like it's dying. Is the expectation that they'll beat? And if they beat, then they could rally really hard. Their EPS is fairly close. It's a bit of a gamble. I don't know anything about the company or what they do, so I couldn't give you like a good estimate on if they'll beat earnings or not. Their financials look okay. I mean, growth has been dwindling a little bit over the last 2 quarters. So yeah, I mean it's really like a coin flip there. If total revenues surge up, um, and there's like a continued turnaround in their net income, it could be really good. I think you're just kind of leaning on earnings there, though. I don't think people buying calls is necessarily, it doesn't mean anything, right? It's there could be 10,000 calls at 750 and they might all be sold. I did something kind of dumb. I bought calls on SPY that expire Monday. They're up a ton in the money, and I'm not sure if I want to take the risk over the weekend. You definitely fucking don't. But if I sell, I get a GFE. What to do? You could try calling your brokerage and see if they'll close the position without a GFE if your previous trades settled later into the day. Sometimes they'll transact it for you, or they'll transact it against like margin, so they'll turn margin on your account, and then you can turn it back off later. You can get 3 GFEs. They're not, I mean, obviously you don't want them, but they're not a huge deal. It did it, guys. $0 settle cash. I'm not being an idiot. I'm making arbitrary trades. I'm utilizing my capital. Huzzah. We got one GFE and Fidelity moved my account to settle cash only for 90 days. On one? That sounds like you didn't have a GFE. That sounds like a oh like either PDT restriction or free ride violation. Yeah, free ride violation, fiscal. If we don't hold 27 here, then if Fury will drop to 26 over the next 30 minutes, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of dead. The market's pushed up, fucking like 40 points already, and GME's barely budged. I hear November GME calls are all the rage. I'll probably buy some next week. Can you put Forberto back on the chart? In a second. I don't have any zero DTs on it, so I have zero DTs on Amazon right now, so I'm trying to keep an eye on it because I probably want to exit soon. Margin trading, same like using Robinhood $1,000 instant deposit, even though my bank account is zero. Beautiful. Any thoughts on Altria December 45 puts? It's right up against resistance now. Really, you're gonna go short on a tobacco company into a potential recession? What's your bear case? No, no, I don't. More edging on Upstart. Ow. Jesus, that hurt. Hmm. Weird. Do you consider Amazon a good buy at this price? No, no. Like, how long do you want to hold it? I think this is one of a few terrible earnings Amazon's gonna have over the next couple of quarters. If Rev gets bought for $1 billion, that's 12.5x its current market cap. Seems too good to be true. What's the risk here? $1.50 a share is so cheap. No one buys it. That's the risk. Everyone goes, now, fuck you. I'll give you 300 grand. I'll buy your assets up from your debtors after the bankruptcy is done. I haven't been watching for the last 3 months. Have you finished your ice cream sandwich stockpile? You know, I don't think I've had an ice cream sandwich for like almost 2 months. Can Trash Dan just buy Revlon from Perelman? It's got to be pretty close. Poo on you. For that guy who asked, Fubo's at 352. I need a chart overlaying your ice cream sandwich intake with OPEX and OPEX. Well, I had a bunch of ice cream sandwiches over the summer, and GME only went up. I don't know. Maybe there is a correlation there that I'm ignoring. SPX stabilizing this high range, pretty bullish, right? I don't know. I'd probably get puts. Just into like maybe into end of day. We're gonna see some like long side capitulation here at some point. Like we saw a little bit this morning, and we saw a really nice build up when we were trading in this range, especially. Most of that's blown off now. 3880 maybe. I mean, hitting 3900 today seems really far fetched. There are still a lot of like shorter dated puts, and you know some of this is also driven by like overnight straddles closing out, right? Jerk, BMG. What's up, BMG? So then start eating some ice cream sandwiches, motherfucker. It's too much. Good job convincing. Oh, hey guys, I found Koala Hugger's message. Good job convincing your followers to sell covered calls and lose money, asshole. You owe them an apology. Did anyone get assigned on covered calls today? Just checking. No? Yeah, me either. Me either. I just sold some. Koala Hugger's a dumb fuck, man. Like, such a dumb, stupid bitch. Thanks for your money, though, man. I'll add it to my covered call gains. Appreciate it. Clip that. Gherkins help dumb money, make money. I don't know. Anyone who's still in this is definitely a more informed investor at this point. I hope. Well, no, that's not true. I saw the Discord last night. Never mind. Actually, the 18 months of work I've put in, maybe for naught. I thought the Hugger got banned. He did, but he's not banned on the Ko-Fi. So that's how he tries to communicate with everyone. Except this morning, he paid $3 to say shit, and Ko-Fi censored him. So it just said nothing. BlackRock must have mixed up our accounts that said for the assignment of CCs from the pickle jar. Just popped in the stream. Uncle Gurk, did you already address the Ortex data? If yes, could you give me a recap? Unless you did it. I didn't do a clip. Ortex is a big pile of shit. It's like $19.99 to $80 a month for you to look at data that's free elsewhere. They constantly misreport shit. I think it's how they get subscribers. Everyone else is reporting GME short interest at 21%. I'm definitely not going to believe Ortex's fucking estimate. So, yeah, that's about it. I'm sure after they've picked up enough subscribers, they'll fix it. Good koala. Let the hate flow through you. Exactly. You missed my super chat. I'm sorry. What'd you say? November 18, 26p, a viable play. Risky. Not the best time to buy them. If you're gonna buy them after the ETF FTD period and not for November 18. Koala Snuggler. Gork sold Wall Street Bets as covered calls. I did. I think a small part of the stupidity is feigned. It is. I like, but like I know who's doing that, right? I'm in there all the time, so expectations for Fubo earnings and price action. I don't know. I mean, their preliminary report for their earnings is quite good. The put walls are breaking down right around that time. I think it's a good opportunity for a reprice. Dork, 50%, dude. I can already buy like 23 iPhone 14s that they don't make anymore. I don't know. How much do they cost? Does anybody know how much this cost? I assume they're like $1,000. $8.99. That's it. Just co-fire yourself the profits for tax arbitrage. They start at like 900. Okay. Yeah, close enough. Top spec is 1500. I'm up $7,000 on the Apple calls so far. About, I don't know. I have a different cost basis on WeBull than I do on IBKR, but it's pretty close. I'm up like 43% here, 53% here. They're so awesome. Remember when people were giving me shit about them yesterday? They were like, hey, Gurk, why do you have Apple calls? Apple earnings are going to be shitty. And I was like, I don't know about that. And then last night, people were like, haha, gherkin apple calls. I'm tempted to short Doge right now. Is smugness your resting state? It's the state I feel most comfortable. Then you tell us not to ghost your plays. I mean, you shouldn't because you don't know the reasoning behind them. Resting smug face? I don't have a resting smug face. That's crazy. You've been talking about Apple 1118 170 calls for a month. I have some. I'm 56%. I said nothing about them. I just bought them and just left them there. There's one point people were like, man, those Apple calls you have are down 50%. What are you doing, dude? And I was like, I'm buying more. And then I bought more of them. Would RP not want to own all of the Rev shares because of their debt? What other reasons would he leave his daughter and our non-cult out to dry? Did he forget he owns 80%? He is old. It's possible. I ghosted your buy, but then sold for a $2 gain to make sure I didn't ghost your gains. I appreciate that. I really do, Brett. The real question is, do you take the profits on them today or carry them over the weekend? That is a good question. I don't know, actually. Has AMD bottomed? I doubt it. Actually, me and Dork were just up till like 3 in the morning fucking around an option strat, and that's why we bought them. Because we were like, wow, this contract's really cheap and really profitable if Apple only gets up to like 155. And it gives us so much theta for so little money. And here we are. Convexity. Who do you trust more, Dork, Roaring Kitty, or Itines? I only trust Itines because he doesn't have any other emotions besides pure bullishness. So I know when Itines is popping off in chat, it's roughly time for me to start selling cover calls. You guys are the cutest couple. Wait till we start our beauty stream. Midday 0 DTE. Ooh, on what? What are you gonna do midday 0 DTEs on? I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Oh, I don't know either, man. Apple 165. It feels like a mostly different cast of characters in the Discord than on the stream. There's some overlap for sure, but just some of the Discord mainstays not watch the stream at all. I don't think they ever have. It's one of the reasons they're always so wildly uninformed on everything. Like, the Pores chat is actually just FUD. The Pores chat is like full of things I never said. Constant blaming because no one in there can afford Theta. I mean, yeah, the Pores chat, it is for trolling the Pores. I thought the Pores chat was just super stock. Partially. It depends. So, anytime something happens and super stock doesn't know what's happening, like last night, they all show up here. Like, we have the answers. They're like, did you guys see? It's MOASS. You also covered calls because you're evil. Selling CCs equals MOASS killer. No. Believe me, if there was going to be MOASS, no amount of sold covered calls would stop it. Head and Shoulders forming on SPX. Time for puts? Might be getting close. We'll see. This doesn't look so much like a Head and Shoulders just yet. Why is it not filling that fucking gap? If it doesn't fill that gap, that's kind of bullish, actually. You know, Head and Shoulders are usually really defined. This isn't one. You can't just pick any 3 points and be like, that's a Head and Shoulders. The butterfly meme. Imagine believing the entire economy is in danger because one stock would go to the millions, but also a few thousand cover calls will stop it. I don't even know why bread is an option. It's one of our most important emojis. Okay, we filled the gap. Cornichon Hazy? You fucking piece of shit. All right. When SPX dead? I don't know, a few weeks maybe? Months? I wonder what the world will do when and if JPOW, God of all things money, perfectly affects his soft landing. Just tapping the landing gear ever so lightly against the runway and preventing a market crash. Bob Sloan of S3 Partners just said if GME goes past 30, it could be parabolic. Yeah, we already know that. Tell him to close his puts. If that happens, Bernanke would have to have his medal stripped and given to JPOW. Agreed. You think when he sticks the landing, he'll smell his armpits and say, superstar? Maybe. What makes it go parabolic at 30? The hedge would flip? It's not quite 30, but SPX back to 38.50. Yeah, it looks like we're going to break down here a little bit. But descending wedge, so watch it. This still looks like a lot of confidence from the bulls. Really don't like that on the 1 minute. Maybe it'll fit my bias better here on the 5. Yeah, it does. Call chain wild at 30. Just till the end of day. Thank you, smiley face. Do you expect downs leading into GME ETF FTDs? Not always. Sometimes it can be kind of flat. I think we'll bounce probably between our current price and somewhere near gamma neutral. I don't expect us to go below gamma neutral till after ETF FTDs, if ever. He said there's $1 billion short at 30. I don't know about that. Nope. There's a lot short at 30. He said underwater about $1 billion. I'd love to know how the fuck he knows. He has a private formula. He pays for Ortex data. Can we get a complimentary bull rally song? Yeah, absolutely. Where is it? I don't know if you've discussed before, but how can you measure a contract to see if it's under or overpriced? Well, you can put it into Black-Scholes calculator, see what result you get, and then see how much it costs. What's up with IV for GME? It's super skewed. Her volatility smile is all fucked up. IV on closer dated calls at the money. Hold on. Right, is lower, or well, okay. Up until today, uh, it was lower than farther dated calls. Now it's 0 DTE, so it's elevated, but you might be able to see it here too. Then on the November 4s or 18s. See, the November 4s are 88% IV at the money, and the November 18s are 94%. That's backwards. When you refer to the hedge flipping, is that the delta hedge or a gamma hedge or a delta and gamma hedge? And is that hedge owned by the market maker? Yes, it is. It is owned by the market maker. It's both delta and gamma. I mean, they hedge both. Was that bullish or bearish or just something to note? It's pretty bearish. $38.62 strong resistance on SPX. We're at 30.70 right now. Yeah, no problem, man. Have you picked up NVIDIA puts yet? No, still waiting. You said that like 6 times. We already talked about it, Dan. Hmm. When's the best time to sell covered calls on Jimmy? Optimally, when it runs. Okay. That's the end of the descending wedge breakout. Do you think GME may still run today? Almost possible. How about that ZOM? Highest profits in history. Killing it. Dropping out of Apple calls? I don't know. I kind of want to wait. I don't like that it's trending down against the market, but it's kind of just the midday lull too. No, not upset with you. Ivy is pretty high right now. Options are 0 DTE. That's part of the reason. I was joking around on Discord. About what? So when the hedge flips, the market maker is forced to buy shares to cover the position. Where's the best place to read, learn about market mechanics? Love you. Academic papers on market maker hedging. Sorry if you got this question a lot, but when would you look to start selling CCs on Jimmy? I sold some this morning already. I don't know. If it breaks up, then I'll sell a bunch more. So you give Zom earnings that make Oxy seem more compelling? Yeah, it definitely does. Is there a specific paper you recommend we read about market maker hedging? No, just read all of them. There's not that many. It's just like a few hundred. You sold 27 CCs, so I guess you're not expecting it to stay above that next week. Not particularly. Today's GME move, which one? Can't just be retail FOMO due to Ortex, right? Yeah, it could. I think this is more than sufficient to just be retail FOMO. I'm more bullish on Rev this morning than I was yesterday. Why is FUMO not following the market? Because it's very heavily shorted. Ooh, this is bullish. Oxy on the menu for potential pickles picks, considering Zom. I already own Oxy. It was already a pickles pick. It's like a long-term buy and hold. It was like weeks ago. Still can't trade Rev options on TDA. Crime. Did you call them and ask them about it? I mean, no one's buying them. That's probably why you can't trade them. But they shouldn't. They should be tradable. There's just no new options positions being opened on Revlon. I'm assuming I used up all my questions asking Capital a couple days ago about Cat. So how long do I have to wait before I have enough question asking Capital to ask about market maker hedging? Forever. I made millions off Oxy. And by millions, I mean hundreds. Millions of pennies? Hmm. Why are you confident it won't go past 27.50 next week? Is there a reason for it to? The put ball will be mostly gone by next week, but so will most of the call options. Just don't ask questions that could be literally an entire podcast discussion. Like the entire basis for a multiple episode podcast. You can trade RevRQ options on TDA, but no one is buying them. The current buy price is $0, and the current sell price is 5 cents. Yeah. How much are you up on your VIX puts? I mean, a little bit. VIX hasn't dropped that much. Where did Jimmy go? Guess they're like $4 in the money almost. When did you enter VIX puts? A little over 2 weeks ago. I was buying in when VIX was at like 31, 32. Fubo getting boofed. Yeah, so is Jamie. SPX might go for 3,900 today because I bought some puts. Maybe. I don't know if this is a terrible time to buy puts. It's a double top. It's just not that weak. Like we're not seeing a lot of long side sell-offs. So I'd be careful with puts. Well, I might need a few more minutes to see. If SPX moves up here, does it have a lot of range? Not really. Mostly up to 3,900. Or, well, I don't know. That's based off this morning's OI, but yeah, as of this morning, like 3,900 seems to be kind of the break point. Ah, son of a bitch. Sorry if I missed a discussion on this, but in the event of a buyout, do you think there will be buyers on the 35C Rev? I mean, it depends on what price the buyout's at and how far Rev's price has to move up. TV broke this week. Luckily, I just got my California inflation relief check. Time to head to Best Buy and, not contribute to more inflation. Oh, one of the like top of the line Samsung TVs just went on sale for like 500 something bucks. God, Apple's so stable. Call volume coming in on GME a little bit. Let's see how much of it is 0 DTE. GME. Pretty solid bullish pressure all day. Almost all of it is 0 DTE calls. Sold calls and bought calls are about neck and neck though, so net delta isn't very positive. Also, almost all of our volume is delta hedging. We could break 2750, but that doesn't mean we're going to break 28 or 29 or 30. You can look at the options flow for today. Can you explain, like on 5, how internalization works to keep the price from running? Yeah, order flow comes in, and then the DMM satisfies that order flow from inventory and stops that order flow from printing to the live exchange. Hey, Gurk, it's me, the guy who thought he got fired instead of getting a raise. Well, after weeks of waiting and not getting fired, I can confirm that I am getting that raise next paycheck. Riku to all. Fuck yeah, memory leak. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations on not getting fired. Hey, Gurk, I know you probably answered this many times. So what are the possible outcomes for Rev shareholders if they're bought out? Your shares get bought out at a fixed price, and you have no real say over what that price is because the majority shareholding is with Ron Perelman. You tell Elbow to sell at 40. Gracias. I mean, that'd be cool. Then you definitely have buyers for the $35 calls. Why did RC tweet red lipstick? He definitely didn't. Right? What's RP's cost basis? Somewhere around like $20, but who knows with share lending. MMs definitely still have control. Our millions of dollars in call options are not going to break their bank. Everything on my watch list is green except for basket stocks. Fubo, Upstart, bullish? I don't know. Just suppressed. I mean, it's a little bullish. I didn't make $500,000 on SPX that day. Close. Why did Ortex put GME in the 0 GTE demand zone? When Fubo 12K? Fubo's never going to be $12,000 a share. What price target do you predict GME will be right before ETF FTD covering? And it's somewhere between where it is now and gamma neutral. I don't know how low it'll drop. Cake is literally the best stock, just 5% every single day. I'm still in my calls, man. I just bought Jan's because I was like, fuck it. It seems solid though. Wouldn't Fubo $10? That could happen sooner. You see this GME run having any legs to last, or do you think we'll consolidate at these levels? Nah, I'm not really very impressed with GameStop right now. If the MM needs to like blow off pressure, they can always just do it in after hours. Like if their hedge is lopsided or something. Icon and RC pumping GME to break the put wall. Yeah, their combined net worth is like 2% of Citadel's like total holdings. Whoa, breaking news. Greatest trader of our time, Paul Pelosi, was assaulted in his home last night by a guy with a hammer. Dude, Nancy Pelosi's husband gets into some crazy shit, man. Like, didn't he just get popped on a DUI and now he's getting assaulted in his house with a hammer? So he's getting money from loan sharks to trade options based on his wife's inside information? The dude is a complete fucking Chad. Why isn't he the congressperson? There was a young girl in his DUI car? Of course there fucking was. Any thoughts on Twitter getting delisted? No, why would I have thoughts on that? It's getting delisted. They're taking it away from the market so all the rich people can buy back in while Elon cooks the books, and then they'll dump their bags on you when it IPOs. These young girls come standard with every Bentley. Don't be dramatic, guys. Surprise, Pelosi's husband is a Wall Street Bets founder. I doubt it. This seems like a pivotal moment for the SPX today. If you ask your boss when Upstart will be allowed to run, I already told you, between November 3rd and 10th, and then November 21st through 23rd. Those are the dates the stocks are allowed to run. That's okay, La Flama Blanca. Paul's a man. He just likes to party and take chances. They used to be called the American Dream. Why can't we have more politicians like that? You know, like, politicians are always trying not to get caught up in scandals and, you know, avoid public scrutiny. But really, if they wanted to be truly successful politicians, only scandals, full on entertainment value. Yeah, but you have to do it in a way that's not repugnant to 50% of the population, dork. So still not quite right. My new trading technique is to sell while green. We shall see if this works. I don't care if it's 3%. I refuse to not make money anymore. I like it. Like Stevie Janowski, I wore a cape all of freshman year. See, that's what I'm talking about. So Duarte without the murdering. Yes. We're already, the hedge on SPX is already flipped. How many capes do you own? Only one. But I have 3 vests. See, I want politicians that go in and vote on the laws, but the rest of their life isn't about being a politician. It's just them getting up to antics. I mean, they couldn't possibly know less than the House Financial Services Committee, right? Only one? What do you do if your cape gets soiled? Oh, I scotch guarded it. Zany antics or wacky antics? Both? Yeah, shenanigans too. Nice, Joseph Johnson. Jimmy gonna keep stair stepping today? Higher lows? We'll see. If they get a chance to dump internalization, we'll drop, but they haven't yet because the market keeps pushing up. You have a PT for Amazon or not interested in next year? You could probably go under 100. You could probably go long on it for like a couple weeks, but keep your expectations tight. Considering rolling some Fubo $4 CSPs from 11.4 to somewhere further out, better to wait until next week to capture more IV? Or will the theta decay from now to Thursday offset? Ooh, excellent questions. Probably better to wait till before earnings if you really want to sell them. Or close, or if you're going to sell them and buy them back closer to earnings. But I would wait. Yeah, I would probably wait till closer to earnings to sell them because you'll get a better price on IV. I assume you're okay with assignment. Remember when everyone was YOLOing into gifted memberships? Those were the days. I mean, it wasn't really by choice. BitHead just forced it on them. I wouldn't buy UVXY. It's super skewed. It has issues. If Fubo had surprise positive earnings, I mean, you mean more positive than the preliminary statement? They probably will. Is Vixie okay to play the Vix? I think Vixie's fine. Let me take a look at it. I don't really use it very often. Why don't just use the Vix? Yeah, Vixie's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Yeah, ACIW is looking a little better, but slow. Real, just so slow. Jimmy doesn't look like he's gonna do shit today. Little pressure here. Hmm. I'm gonna pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans. Pistol? No puts today because the MM is with the spy. No puts on what? Jimmy has plenty of puts being bought on it. Wouldn't roll Jimmy $30 November calls. I sold them. I'm not gonna roll them. Can you briefly explain why you're so bullish on Fubo? I just think it's a really good like growth opportunity, and their stock price is very cheap right now. Like just good value. What do you make of Jimmy's price action today? I'm late to the party. Sorry, love the stream. It looks like thousands of degenerates have bought zero DTE calls into a massive put wall, throwing their money right into the face of the market maker. What's the point of Twitter going private? Um, so Elon can cook the books and then IPO it, and all him and his rich buddies can dump their bags on people stupid enough to buy it after it goes public. You can be so jaded sometimes. How's that jaded? That's why he's doing it. That and the blackmail ammo. SPX 38, 31, 35. Retest coming for sure. Time for puts. I'm not buying them yet. I don't think so. I'm not saying that the retest won't come. I just don't like it today. Apple about to do another run up? I think so. Fuck me. I guess I'll just pay you for it. T plus Tuesday looking interesting because of today's boofing on GME. I mean, that depends on if they get a drop internalization on Monday. Not a lot of calls going into the money right now, right? Um, I would say T plus Tuesday looks a little interesting with all the puts that are going to close out. But if they could just roll them, they can keep up that put wall into next week. Dogecoin can't be stopped. Fuck you. Don't ever talk to me about Dogecoin again or I'll ban you. Come on, cat. Daddy's got a fistful of 220C 0 DTEs. Why'd you buy them so far out of the money? I mean, congratulations, but still. With Super Soccers being so infatuated with owning their shares, I can't believe they won't take advantage of these opportunities to own their candles on the 1 minute chart. Oh, Super Sock is definitely buying options today. They're just not buying good ones. Up 25% on Cat Jan 2020. See, next target. I mean, as long as the markets keep moving up, Cat will continue to perform well. I think most of the pricing from earnings is in, but indices rising is going to have a big effect on Caterpillar. So you can stay in until you think the markets are done rallying. It could be a while. Do you know how much exposure Cat has to longer term contracts in Russia? Cancellations are coming, and so are write offs. I don't think they have a ton. I know they have a lot of exposure in China. Um, but those contracts are, I think, paid up front. And even if Russian companies had a cancellation option, I don't know if Cat would have to honor it. Lots of people pumping S3 today. Yeah, it looks like all the shitty, weird Twitter data providers are trying to milk their money out of GME this week. So I got a lot of shit last night because I banned this one guy. I don't remember his name, Paul something. Um, like the day before, but he kept coming into the into the Discord, and he was like, "Yeah, guys, I have Ortex data. I have the premium one. It's like $80 a month. I don't know what I'd do without it. It makes me so much money. Ortex data is really, really great. Have you guys ever like people would ask him a question, be like, "Do you have Ortex data though? Like, are you an Ortex data subscriber?" Man, I really love my Ortex data. I was like, okay, fuck this guy, and so I banned him, and I'm glad I did. Well, plans for the weekend? Pickle later? I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe he really liked Ortex data. Maybe he's an idiot. Twitch stream? But what would I play? State contracts with a lot of heavy equipment. Same thing he does every weekend. Email the SEC to lobby for 7-day trading weeks. Mr. George, Ortex Data Subscription Fund. I would never give Ortex my money. Not in a million years. You know, literally all of their data is just free. Everything they provide, you can get for free on the internet. SEC FTD data, free. Borrow data, free. You have to sign up for some brokerages, but still free. All they do is track free data and chart it, but they aggregate it for me. Oh, Jesus. Just make an Excel doc. You can't make an Excel doc for $80 a month? What about the short squeeze indicators that mean nothing? You could just be like, "Hey guys, my short squeeze indicator for GME went off." That's all you have to say. What's better, Ortex or Unusual Whales? Both garbage. Here's how financial data works. If you can afford it, it's trash. Do you pay for any data? Yeah, I pay for exchange data. Me and the rest of the quants do. I left for like 15 minutes. How is SPX at 38.80 now? This has to be the peak for the day, right? It can top 39. We're trying. When Jimmy gets smacked back down next week, maybe? Have you? Yeah, I've checked Trade Didix. It's just, it's bullshit too. Our proprietary AI algorithm will pick you the best possible stocks. You'll make 3% a year. They're all garbage. That's why I mean, at best, they're using the money you pay them to buy real data on the back end and use it to make money. What's not garbage? You get the data for free. I mean, all of that shit's available for free. You can download CBOE data at the end of every day. I mean, it's limited, but it's free. Um, all the SEC information you can get for free. So FTDs, you can get all the FINRA shit for free. So there's your short interest. I have no idea what cheddar flow is, but it sounds like bullshit too. I'll look at it. Oh, look, it has AI powered alerts and dark equity transactions. Intelligent order tracking. Are you fucking kidding me? So it's time and sales for options. That's it. Oh, and they have a Discord bot. You should dress up as an options trader with a mullet and see how many Halloween girls fall all over you. Oh yeah, Halloween. Maybe I'll go out and party this weekend. How does one procure dark equity? Asking for a gullible friend. No, dude, it tracks the dark equity. Using publicly available FINRA PMI data. But it has a night mode background. So you have to calculate Greek options data. I would imagine most of the people designing these websites are not capable of that. Dark dicks. Dark mode dicks. So Upstart back on Reg Show fast. I don't know. What do you think? Probably not. I don't know what to tell you guys. I will tell you that paying for options order flow, which can also be gotten for free on Shift Search, is not worth it because it doesn't tell you anything. And then all the rest of the data you could want has to be calculated. Like you have to do some work, but it's free. Any data better than that will cost you $20,000+ a month and require that you have built out a database, which will also cost maintenance fees. So like 50 grand a month for if you want to get better than that. What time will Zero ZT stop propping up GMA? I'd imagine around the time Fidelity starts force closing them, or Robinhood, or whatever. Or as soon as it runs 50 cents. JFresh is bullish on GME. Is he wrong? No, I don't think he's wrong. I understand his bullishness. I have some out of the money zero DTE calls just in case. I just am not impressed with retail's ability to FOMO currently. Most people are broke or busy working 3 jobs. What benefit do Bloomberg terminals provide? Chat. Can't you just buy a hard drive? No, you would need a database to process the. You'd have to process the like live data. Like beyond that is live data, right? Beyond just downloading and uh, calculating the daily data drops. Like the next step up would be live data, which requires like quite a lot, and it's extremely expensive. If you don't have the cash to exercise, Fidelity sometimes starts closing as soon as 2 p.m. There's your answer. Apple gonna tap 160 today? It might. I don't know. I'm out. Could you build a service to consume that API and update your local DB as opposed to hosting that DB in the cloud or something? I mean, it's going to get huge really, really fast, especially if you're storing historic data. I mean, most financial data services kind of make a lot of money when they're first released, and then they just try to keep up their subscriber levels, but they basically just start failing over time. It usually costs more money to do the advertising and everything than the company ever makes. I would say most of them aren't extremely profitable companies. And you know, people subscribe, but then once they realize that they still suck at trading, even with, you know, extra charts, then they eventually drop it, right? So like subscriber retention is almost impossible. Hypothetically, if you were GFE restricted and needed to roll with no capital, what do? I mean, you can't. There's no option for that. You could deposit money, although you'd probably have to wait for it to clear. Sold a boatload of 1118 2750 yesterday when you mentioned it. Would be hard. You mentioned it would be hard to sustain price above this or even there. Underwater and a bit worried shares will be called away. Help. Why would your 2750s be called away a few cents above 2750? They also expire next week, right? They're just dumping internalization right now. MOASS in November, please. November is, I mean, if we don't have like some crazy overnight run or something like that in the next couple weeks, November looks really fucking good. It looks like October, but even more illiquid. The most illiquid? My other broker has a chat room where you can discuss with other investors. Is it the same like this? Or just like older people? What's up, Gent? Any thoughts on the Ortex reports of short interest? I think they're mostly bullshit. 2 p.m. you say? What a coincidence. That's the same time that Zero has Hedge says margin calls. I mean, I think that's when Fidelity force closes options contracts at 210 for zero DTEs. Is this a run? It's some volume. It doesn't look like just internalization. It looks like they're dumping internalization, I said. SPX is falling, GME is rising. They're using the active fund sell pressure to dump internalization without spiking the price too hard. Right? Market falls, active funds sell. So they can dump buy orders. And that way they can negate the upside effect. Somewhat. Ortex confirmed the data was legit. Okay. The data was legit on November 30th when Fidelity reported 11 million shares to borrow that weren't there the day before. That doesn't mean it led to upside price action. Quite the opposite, actually. And if it is legit, those borrowable shares will be settled tomorrow. Or, well, the next market day. So. Good afternoon, Claw Ridge. How you doing? Just bought Jimmy 27 puts for next week. More green and port. Let's fucking go. Why did you buy Sir Brohamdan? Why did you buy weeklies on a Friday? You're gonna pay, just so you know, you're gonna pay like uh, you're gonna pay 10 cents off the premium of those contracts for holding them over the weekend. These are called pre-weeklies. I mean, if you got a like leverage position on it though, that's like that skims a lot of money off the top. That's almost 10% the value of those contracts. Look at your theta cost, guys. No, I don't have a skullet. I don't have any type of mullet. My hair simply just grew out. That's all it's done. Hmm. Ooh, the hedge is moving. That's kind of exciting. US to send high-tech nuclear weapons to NATO bases amid rising tensions with Russia. Interesting. Hedge for GME? I mean, I have a hedge. I bought some 0 DTEs. I have some other contracts. We can still run up to 30. There's a gap there. We have to clear 28. But we're getting a little more sensitive to positive price pressure as we get closer to the edge of the hedge. So that's a plus. Are you getting nervous about your $27 cover calls? No, I don't even give a shit if I get assigned on them. Why would I get nervous about it? You mentioned they're moving a hedge? No, we're approaching the break point of the hedge, and the market's bouncing off the EMA 60 there, which is going to put more pressure on it. But the CCs are 2 weeks out. You still have time. I'm not worried about it. For the record, you have yet to be assigned on any GME CCs. Yeah, I've never been assigned. Although we're pretty illiquid right now. These could get assigned. It could happen. It is Friday. Homeboy said we're going parabolic after 30 on Yahoo. And he looks like he's quite sure about it. We'd have to get over 30. If we get over 30 and break Gamma Max, yeah, the price will pop. There's still... It's still a long ways off. I only have 20 covered calls out right now. I have 10 at 27 and 10 at 30. To crush all this free hopium spouting around, when's the last time we actually popped on a Friday? Oh, we've done it before. If there's enough buy pressure and the hedge gets deleveraged into the end of the day, we can move up. I don't think CS's losses have a lot to do with GameStop. If I had a month of theta on 28 call CCs, would they exercise those? Probably not. There's no point in paying for theta if you're going to exercise right away, right? Jimmy usually get pushed down into ETF FTDs a little bit, but it could stagnate in these levels. We don't have that much room to the downside. Gamma neutral's at like 23. We just passed the gamma flip point. We've been past the gamma flip point. It's just super skewed. Can you be assigned a week before your expiry date? If someone needs shares, sure. Is this upside movement a signal that the hedge flipped? It's flipping. Can you speculate as to what GME is finna? I mean, we're pushing up. This is good. We still have a ton of fucking puts at 30. Far more than we have in this range, right? So think how hard it was to break through 2750. 30's even harder. Also, the more they run it into resistance like this, the more likely long side capitulation is. And since most of the calls bought today are 0 DTE, the capitulation is baked in, right? No, OPEC's not late a few days. I mean, this is just FOMO. This has nothing to do with OPEC's. Play the VUP song. Not yet. If we break 30, I'll play the VUP song. Watch covered calls capitulate and it offsets the call capitulate. Well, a lot of the covered calls are sold for like November 18, so it's far less likely that they would capitulate first. And they're mostly at $30, so they're not really at risk yet. Thoughts on rolling November 4, 28? I mean, you can if you want to. You said the capitulation is baked in because most of the calls are 0 DTE. What do you mean? I mean, they have 3 hours to sell out of their positions. Some of them not even that long, right? Because the brokers will force close them. I don't care what the S3 guy said. I love how everyone who was once an enemy is now an ally because they said something bullish. Bring back Guybrush if we break 30. I sold CCs earlier. You're all welcome. If we break 30, I'm gonna sell a fuck ton of cover calls. XRT may or may not be tapped and not being refilled. Oh, it's definitely tapped. What strike date would you sell your covered calls? Probably like November 4th, out of the money. If the price keeps going up, won't you lose your GME shares though? I only have 20 covered calls out. So I'll lose 2,000 shares? I'll be okay. They're at like 4x my cost basis. Almost 5x. Guybrush needs to go back to the dumpster at Wendy's and tickle a few more pickles. Don't maybe put him on the screen. Can Jimmy maintain this price range, or is it going to break down back to 25? I don't know if it can maintain this price range into the end of the day because so many of the $27 and $28 calls are 0 DTE. And the second they close out, the market maker is going to crush volatility. And that's going to drive the price down. And that's going to cause more people to panic sell their 0 DTEs. It's just a risky setup. The volume's nice, though. I like the volume. Super chat. What'd you say, Danwich? You can be assigned a week before your expiry date. You can be assigned a year before your expiry date. It's less likely. The closer you get to expiration, the greater your chance of assignment. Greg, I sold my GME shares yesterday for 25 for 14 bucks profit. Why am I so bad at this? I don't know. Why would you sell your shares? Why not just sell like a covered call or something? We hit 10%. The notifications are going off everywhere. Here comes the FOMO. Okay. Just to say GME is a leading market indicator. Not right now with the hedge flipped. We're gonna be so now the market maker should be selling into rising prices, buying into falling prices. So more stability to the downside. It's because I can't trade options. Fair enough. If you're at an out of money call to sell and someone on SS exercises it, do you get assigned? Yeah, I've been assigned on out of the money calls before. It's really, really rare, but it's fucking awesome when it happens. Why is IV still so low? It's still super skewed. Would it be smart but risky to sell in the money for next week for people who can only sell 5 to 10 contracts? It's risky. I would wait because at our current price, 30 isn't out of the question. I don't know if we'll hit 30, but it's not out of the question. You may have a better opportunity to sell more covered calls. Although it does look like they're just buying puts. Like they don't really give a fuck about the rising price. They're just buying more puts. So they're dumping their internalization while buying puts. And that's why this should actually be really volatile, but because they're hedging it down, right? They're skewing that break point more and more. We talked about this a bunch this week, right? So you have that like market maker hedge flip point, and as the price moves up into it, it starts to pressure it. And so what they do is, they buy. Let me draw this as like a solid line so you get a better idea. They buy more puts and sell more calls, and that skews the hedge, right? And so this is like price over here. And they can keep doing that. The problem is if it breaks through, if it keeps moving up and they keep skewing it up, it gets weaker and weaker. And when it does break out, now they've built up this massive over leveraged position. And when that breaks, they're fucked. So it's really great if they can control it and like get the price, rejected in a lower range, because then they can, deleverage it and everything's fine, right? So if this works out, it's awesome for them. But if it keeps pushing up, it becomes a really, really big problem. So essentially what they're doing is they keep doubling down on the losing position hoping that their doubling down will turn the price action around. But in doing so, they ensure that if the capitulation happens, it's extreme. Why would the market pull back hard next week? And that'll depend on the Fed decision, but I still don't think we're still not seeing like a lot of leverage short positions. This is the problem with buying weeklies on GME. Also the problem that nobody ever exercises like calls that go in the money. It has to be like in mass, right? It's not really something retail is capable of doing because retail investments are really flighty. So you need like an institution to come in and buy like 400,000 in the money calls and then exercise them. $2 until Robinhood force closes 0 DTEs. Yeah. Is it 2 hours? They close them at 3. But Fidelity closes them at 2. When 100 million GME shorts dropped into the lit market, we'll see. Market's gonna pressure it again. When 0 DTEs are force closed, does it drive price downwards? Yeah, because it reduces the amount of pressure on the hedge. So if buy side ever relents in that push, you know, the constant doubling down of these puts means that if it ever relents, it moves down really rapidly, right? So you need constant pressure. Now this doesn't happen on like when we get big OPEX runs because they sell off the wall. And so Jamie just rips. Which is what they want, right? Right now they don't want GME to rip. So they're gonna put in a lot of work to keep it from happening. Last year we used to have enough FOMO to break those walls. This year, we'll see. This year we need like the market to help us. So we need a consistently rising market, which we have today, which is really good. And we need some FOMO. We need FOMO with theta. Yeah, the market maker's probably not going to do a lot of hedging on 0 DTs unless they're in the money, right? I don't know what Perez is. Is that the SS FOMOing? I mean, a lot of them don't really buy options, which is actually okay when you're trying to pressure price like this, but their buying power is really limited. What price are the walls at? Pretty much from 27 to 30. 30 is the strongest. Last chance to buy GME before MOASS? Could be. I think with CS, like their settlement into their account happens on Tuesday, but I'm pretty sure the buy orders would go through. The buy orders are transacted today, so like anything they buy today would like it would still print today. It's just the settlement doesn't occur until T+2. Unless CS actually delays the buy order, but that'd be very weird. Because then it would be settled till day 4. I do expect squeeze could happen end of November. Historically, market had rallied after midterms. I do see Wall Street bets starting to FOMO in on GME if they saw a big spike in SI. Except FINRA hasn't reported a spike in SI. And Ortex doesn't know what SI is because they don't have proprietary information that's unavailable to FINRA. They're estimating SI based on transacted borrowed shares. But don't forget that, you know, shares can flow in and out of borrow pools that are publicly visible. Like Fidelity can have, you know, 100,000 in the morning and those get borrowed, and then 5 minutes later it can have 300,000 returned, and then 5 minutes later it can have, you know, another 300,000 borrowed, right? And then, you know, it can have 50,000 returned. And this can just go on throughout the course of the entire day. And this is how Ortex attempts to estimate SI data, is by watching this flow of borrowed shares, except these are only reported every 15 minutes. And all borrows that occur within that 15 minutes aren't shown in these totals. So if during like this time frame from like 100,000 to 300,000, let's say, you know, you could borrow like 5 million shares and return them. You just borrow 50,000, return 50,000, borrow 50,000, return 50,000, just do it over and over and over and over, right? And that would never be reported in the data they're looking at. And that's why I say it's bullshit. Now, if FINRA reports SI on GME at 300%, full bull. What sort of arbitrage opportunities actually arise that would prompt a party long puts calls to exercise out of the money? This is a reference to you talking about early assignment on out of the money short puts calls. I mean, if institutions think that a stock is going to continue up past their expiration, they'll exercise. If someone's exercising a short put or a long call out of the money, it's probably not an institution. It means that, you know, a retail investor bought your call and exercised it. Now on a put, it's not that uncommon. But on a call, it would be pretty odd, right? Because they'd be buying your shares at more than market price. Like I said, if you ever get assigned on an out of the money call, it's fucking just the best. We sussin' or bussin'? I don't know. We'll see. If the market continues to trend up, it looks okay for now. 3,900 would be interesting. It's a pretty big bullish level on SPX. Embrace yourselves, the shills are coming. Whatever. Ah. God, I'm fucking tired today. Didn't they change the formula so SI will never be more than 100% or even close to it? They changed the. I think they changed the reporting so SI will never be over 100%. But I can't remember if that actually passed or if they just didn't, like, it didn't go through. I remember reading about a proposition to do that, but I don't remember it actually going through. The reason SI was over 140% in January before the sneeze was because GME was not only massively short at the reporting period, but it was also massively synthetic short at the reporting period. People seem to believe that that just persisted. GME is very synthetically short right now. They're internalizing so much right now. I don't know. I feel like they dumped internalization and volume's trending down. I would argue that they're not internalizing a lot right now at all. Market trends weakening and volumes declining on, the indices. So active fund pressure is dropping off. It's almost like they just did what I said they did and dumped some internalization. They don't want to internalize sell volume, right? So next week, do you think they'll slam the price of this liquidity grab? What liquidity grab? This is all from zero DTE options. No liquidity is being unlocked. This is not a liquidity grab. The next opportunity, unless people are selling their shares right now, which is really fucking unlikely, the next opportunity for them to get liquidity is the ETF FTD period. After today, I will break even on my OPEX calls. I am the greatest trader alive. If you expected internalization to be dumped, I didn't expect internalization to be dumped. I said here when we started getting volume that they were dumping internalization. I sold covered calls like back here. Based on GME short options hedge, is it still optimal to sell CCs for 11.4 strike or further out 11.11, 11.18? Gracias. If you sell into 11.11, you're risking a price run during the ETF FTD period, and I think ETF FTDs are at their highest on November 7th. So risky. You sound like me during the summer, and now I see how awful I sounded to everyone. Just enjoy the ride. Ugh. I just bought 100 0 DTE 510s. I'm gonna be a millionaire. That's not a real contract. What stock did you buy them on? Are your covered calls still open? I only have 20 covered calls open right now. Are you seeing any calls come in for 39.50? Not really. There's some, but slow, and they're further dated. There's not like a rush into 3950 zero DTEs though. 3900's kind of the highest level, and it's probably not that strong. SPX giving up today? Slowing down a lot. That doesn't mean it's done. There's still like power hour and stuff, right? When do you think of selling more CCs? I'll probably sell more at the end of the day today or Tuesday. I might wait till Tuesday. I'll probably sell more on Tuesday. If is F-Man still the cyclical theory? I mean, yes, but there's been a lot of variations this year in the bear market. They pushed Feb out to March, covered it August early due to Bobby. No OPEX this month. Don't forget May. May was OPEX. This potentially implied a setup for a decent November. Yeah, November looks really good. My concern is that the pressure is so fucking high, they won't last that long. I don't know if they'll be able to drag it out to November without blowing off some serious steam first. Like, I think they ran into a similar position in January, when XRT went on threshold, and they blew off a bunch of obligations in order to continue pushing out obligations into March. I think they knew they had the holiday in February to offset, but they needed to make it to February. Like over the course of our downtrends, pressure just continuously builds, right? But they can blow off that steam, right? And like the de-risk in August shows that. Like the fact that like, you know, the whole basket ran on August 16th with BBBY, right? And then everything gets really liquid and gets shorted into the ground, right? This that kind of shows that, you know, they can cover whenever the fuck they want if they need to. Like if risk gets too high, they can risk off, right? And I think that's what we saw on like November 3rd, you know, January 6th after hours. Like same deal, right? I'm deleting the EMA 30 forever so it can't make the SPX bounce. I mean, it's a good bullish signal, right? It's like lets you know that the trend is remaining fairly bullish. Although with volume dying, I don't know how much longer it's going to remain bullish. Do you think GME can keep going up today? It can move up to 30. There's room. There's actually not a lot of resistance from, you know, in this range up to 30. There's no strong resistance. 30 is a big fucking wall, but from where we are now up to 30 is pretty smooth sailing. BTC looking super bullish. BTC looks good. I don't know if it looks super bullish. It looks good for like a move up to like 25, but that would probably then pull back. BTC is kind of stable right now. I don't think BTC is done dropping. Not for a while. I still have buy orders on BTC at 16.5 and 11.9. You selling CCs on a test of 30? No, because if we test 30 or push through 30, that puts too many calls in the money for T+2. So I'd wait to sell them till T+2. Check DMs. What do you got? Nice, dude. Congratulations. How can you do this and only make $8.50? Well, because the contract. What? How much was the contract? S3 video keeps getting taken down on Wall Street bets. Fucking eye horror, man. You guys don't remember eye horror? Ihor Dusen Whiskey or whatever his name was. The guy from S3 Partners who in Feb said that GME short interest dropped. And everyone thought S3 Partners were like a bunch of shills. No, it's not IBKR. Yeah, IBKR is Thomas Petterfee. Have you seen the Upstart has fallen off a cliff the last couple of days? If they can't generate liquidity, volume has fallen off a cliff. If they can't generate liquidity to the downside, they might have to run it soon, no? Yeah, Upstart's looking kind of scary for them. I'm not gonna lie. That stock is very, very illiquid right now. They got it off Reg Show, but I don't know how long they can keep it off Reg Show. I feel like it's gonna just end up right back on there again. So 9K OI for Monday, 3850 and 3900. Likely to take profit into close and not take the theta hit. Probably, yeah. Have you talked about the Rev OTC Reg Show listing? I mean, Revlon's back on Reg Show. Old me would have already bought back my 2750s at a loss. Experience is telling me to hang out and roll if needed. I think I'm learning a thing or two from you. Thanks for all you do. I mean, the hedge is very pressured. There's definitely a risk of assignment. Just don't be stupid with your positioning. Just when I think how antsy I am to sell CCs, I imagine how excited DFE must be to make $2 million off weeklies instead of just 250K. Yeah, that's probably pretty nice. Ben, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Ben a shout out for hooking you up with Cornishon memberships. Welcome aboard. As GME grows more liquid and the continuation of SSDRSing, could news of positive EPS in future quarters cause a significant move up? Yes. Thank you so much, Ben. I appreciate it, dude. Fidelity showing 243,927 active call contracts on GME today. 6.34 to 1 put call ratio. Call put ratio? That's okay. I don't know why they're measuring it that way. Delta yesterday at 0.32 on 2750s for next week. Okay. What if you don't care about being assigned on your CCs? I'm not sure I do. I mean, I don't have a lot of them out, so. And the CCs I do have out are like FIFO. I think it's just the shares I bought in March. So yeah, they don't have any long-term holding. I'm not getting actually the ones in the other ones I have out aren't at risk of being assigned yet. Are you expecting a big rip in the market next week? Fed pivot or less hawkish in store? I don't think we'll see a Fed pivot. I think that's really unlikely. I think just another 0.75. GDP's up, right? That's not data. Well, it's good data. I mean, it means no recession, but it also gives the Fed more flexibility to continue being hawkish. What are your price expectations with that in mind for GME in 2023? I think we could get to like a base price of like 35 to $45 depending on how much EPS improves, but turning profitable after, 2 years is very bullish. We'll start to maybe trade at like, some better multiples. That's like value. That's without multiples. We could trade higher. They might do 7.5 still, but I think the language will be pretty bullish. Well, if they do 7.5, right, they're already planning to do 0.5 in December. So just in line with expectations. But that's, neutral news is good news. 0.75 and 0.5 in December is exactly what everyone expects, right? And so if the Fed continues on that path, that's bullish for the markets. A pivot is very bullish, and then, anything more than that would be bearish. But we could also get a CPI print that shows another drastic increase in core, and everything goes to shit again. And don't forget, earnings over the next couple of quarters are not getting better. So this is the beginning of probably a few quarters of very, very rough earnings. For every stock? Not for every stock, but for like the ones that support the current market valuations. I mean, like Apple's, beat this time, but I don't know if they have another beat left in them. Amazon missed a little; they'll miss bigger on the next one. You know, I think this is the beginning of a trend of a couple quarters of pretty bad earnings. Is Jimmy about to go parabolic? No, Jimmy looks like it's going to fail to break the 2850 resistance. I think the question you want to ask is the market going to go parabolic? And put pressure on GME? Maybe. Retail holiday sales. Retail could do well. Shedding off the last of those bloated inventories and turning that into cash will at least look good on the reports. But remember, this is all of this is preceding what is likely going to be a steep drop in demand. The effects of these interest rates aren't really fully felt yet. They're a very slow. It's a slow burn, but when it starts to hit, it's massive. There's a reason the market freaks out over what seems like a very low change in the Fed rate. Fucking Apple. It's just not quitting, Carl. I don't know what to say. I made good profits off it today, though. I'm happy with Apple. I'm out. I did good on zero DTs. Did good on the November calls. I didn't need to get greedy with it. Good time for Jimmy 37 DTECCs. $30 7 DTECCs. I don't think it's the worst time. There's some risk. Understand that because T+2. If the market rallies into the end of the day, right? Like CNIS, we get a big CNIS rally and we break 3,900. That's going to put a lot of internalization pressure on GME again, and GME can break up to that $30 level, right? If GME does that, then we're going to have some T+2 price action. That's a lot of contracts going in the money. And so I'd be careful. I sold cover calls on GME expecting the market to kind of be done rallying for the day. But it's continued to. So yeah, I mean, it could still apply more pressure. If I were gonna sell more CCs right now, which I'm not, but if I were, I would be waiting till Tuesday. Waiting till the end of the day today, or waiting till Tuesday. Sorry if it's repeating. No worries. Just wondering if you think this late OPEX or just market moving up. Also, does this negate Novopex? No, I don't think any of this is generating any significant amount of liquidity, right? We're not seeing any covering. If we were seeing covering, we'd have big volumetric moves and lots of price action. What I think we're seeing is us pressuring the hedge they put in place to keep OPEX from doing anything. If anything, a failure to realize price action here strengthens next OPEX. Like October looked really good, right? It looked like we saw a decent number of obligations. Internalization was picking up. We didn't really see rising costs to borrow, and that's something we'll want to look for with liquidity being bone dry right now. Is them turning to the lending pools, right? If we start to see cost to borrow just kind of inching up, obviously it's an exponential rate, so it moves up faster and faster and faster as more and more shares are borrowed. If we start to see that over the next 3 weeks, that's very bullish. Very, very bullish for November. That would be the only thing that was missing in October. And we're not getting more liquid between now and October and November, right? They'll get some ETF liquidity like next week into the beginning of the week after, and then after that there's no more liquidity, right? So if they want to get the price low before covering, they'll have to turn to the lending pools. If it's such a basic strat, why not go in depth? There's just no depth to it. I think you're looking for something that doesn't exist. Cover calls are pretty simple. You sell them, you buy them back. Risk is baked into the delta for the most part. You can skew the delta of the contract based on the implied volatility, and use that to determine the safety of the call or put. But I mean, that's it. I mean, that's like as advanced as cover calls get. They're just not a complex strategy. I think you're looking to do more with them than's really there. You can use the credit from them to create spreads. I mean, you can roll them. There's just not that much to it. Like we can talk about things like the market maker hedge and how that influences it and the skew on the delta, but like no one's gonna understand that, and I'm not gonna spend 5 years trying to teach people that. Are there takeaways from the data to know where price might peak for the week of expiration? Not really. I mean, you could measure gamma exposure on the chain, but it's like it's going to change as you approach expiration, right? No, no, you can't participate in the market without risk, Stefan. It's not possible. There are tips for managing stress and other emotions when trading. Yeah, I mean, you got to kind of detach yourself from what happens. Ultimately, you don't have any control, really, right? You're just making an analysis and then uh placing a bet if you're trading on that analysis. You either are confident in that analysis or you're not. I do recommend educating yourself more, honing your skills at analysis, and that will in turn build confidence, which will help reduce stress and emotion. But some people are just very prone to stress and emotion when trading, and trading is not good for them. Or they need to take on positions that are less stressful, like, income positions or, delta neutral positioning. Hey, Greg, I hope you have an awesome weekend. I mistakenly bought 1118, 27 puts, set of calls, and a rush before. Should I cut, or is there a chance for a dip end of day Monday? Thanks for being the man. Right now, there's a chance of a dip today. Looks like we're starting to see some capitulation. So, I mean, you're already poor, right? If you lose money, well, okay, not everyone's already poor, but some people are already poor. That's really easy. If you lose money, well, you're still poor. If you make money, then you're less poor. If you keep making money, then you'll be a lot less poor. So that's something to think about. I've been poor. I know how it is. It's tough. I still mostly live like I'm poor. If I lost everything tomorrow, I'd just make it back. I think everyone's too impatient. Like, everyone wants to get rich quick, and that's not a real thing. I mean, it happens for some lucky people, but and yeah, with more market exposure, the odds of it happening to you are higher, but the amount of risk you're taking on to do it makes it not worth it, right? Because your goal is to build up money over time, not to make it all in one day. And everyone who's trying to make money in one day is going to get burned by people who have all the time in the world to make money. Like, institutions don't give a shit. They'll sit short on a position for fucking 20 years if they have to. They're not in a rush. You guys, if you're broke and you want risk capital, like, you want to take risk and have that extra money that you can throw away, build up some money first, right? Like, a lot of you guys are selling covered calls, but you're just immediately taking that money and throwing it into risky plays. Don't do that. Just sit on that money, compound it, use it to build out more of the position that's making you money. And then when that position's making you enough money, then you can start taking risk, right? I mean, you can make 10% on your money a week selling CSPs on, like, Fubo, right? I think a little more on Upstart. And, like, GME is pretty fucking good too. And, that means the next week when you sell those CSPs, you have 10% more money with which to sell them. That's a really fast rate of accumulation. If you think that, a savings account is 2% a year, like, per annum, and you're making 10% a week, like, there's so many opportunities to build wealth, but people are really impatient. Thanks, Blackbird. Do you think Jimmy will drop into close? And yeah, kind of. I think they blew off, like, whatever internalization they needed to, and they're gonna continue to try to keep the price down. Remember, this expiration is gonna get rid of a lot of the call pressure, and they can push the GEX, like the market maker gamma exposure, more negative. Something that doesn't get mentioned much, but in the early SS days, it was magical to see people save money for the first time in their family. It's such a life-changing concept. I mean, it is, right? Like, everyone's like, "Ah, fuck, I'm only gonna make like $100 off this week," right? But, that means the next week you have $100 more, and, the week after that you have another $110, and so on and so forth, right? And, like, that builds up really, really fast. And, like, you guys see me risk money, and I have a decent amount of it, right? I can do that. But also, like, if my OPEX play goes south and I lose 50%, I can just sell like 500 cover calls. and all my money's back in my account, like nothing ever fucking happened. Right? I'm just break even. I don't give a shit if I lose money on speculative plays, because but I also worked really hard to get in a position where I could do that, and it just takes patience and time. And then yeah, it's just another growth opportunity. You're expending risk on higher, like you're expending capital on higher risk plays because they have a higher rate of return, knowing that you can lose all of that money, but the potential returns on that money are really really high. But that's not all of my portfolio. I have a big chunk of my portfolios in GME. I have dividend stocks. I have tech stocks. I have like Google. I have commodities. Not only do I have like a fairly diversified portfolio, I'm selling CCs against all of that every week. You know, just look at the options OI stuff, and however many calls go in the money. Assume the more calls that go in the money, the more pressure there'll be on the market maker to hedge them on T+2. How much ape do you have? 0? Why would I own that piece of shit? Yeah, but I built it, right? Like over time. It took a long time to build it. It didn't just happen overnight. Yes, I've made money on some riskier plays and options positioning, but and then that money goes to safe shit. Like I did really well on CAT and SPX, right? And I'm just gonna buy safe things with that. I'm just gonna take those profits and buy safe things. I'm gonna continue to expose the set amount of capital I have chosen to high risk plays, and then all the profits are just going into like low risk shit that I don't have to think about. So I'm using like 200 grand to generate capital for a much larger portfolio that's relatively stable. Some of it's not, but I mean, no one's perfect. It's different for every stock. There has to be a way to know. I mean, you can look at historical data on the stock and look at, the effect T+2 has, and that would give you an idea of how much effect the options chain has on a stock. You can look at historic OI for that stock and see if, higher OI is needed for, a reaction on T+2 and so on. Enjoy the ramp and read my Ko-Fi now. It wasn't a rant. I was just talking. How the fuck can I open Ko-Fi? Uh, there we go. Two times I get into individual stock trainers before the '08 market crash and before the 2022 market crash. The market hasn't crashed yet. Maybe you just have bad luck. It seems like that would indicate that you're just bullish when everyone else is. Everyone was real bullish into the '08 crash. Everyone was pretty bullish last year. Or can we look up historic OI for free? That's a good question. You probably can't. Most places are going to charge you for that. I think you can get like the current year for free, maybe. You can scalp it off TDA, but it's a violation of their TOS. So if you put in too many requests, they might cut you off. Market is 1/3 crashed. 1/2. Maybe 3/5. I mean, I studied finance, but that didn't fucking teach me anything about making money in the market. So if you get a degree in finance, you learn to manage money. You don't learn to make it. They're very different disciplines. You can ask all the financial advisors in here. I should be more specific. More ups for SPY next week. I mean, next week's probably going to be fairly stagnant at this like 38. I mean, it looks like we're going to hold the 3850 to 3900 level, I would say. Obviously we'll look for OI position, like the positioning on SPX come Monday morning, but I would say fairly stagnant into the Fed meeting, and then we'll have a little bit more idea of directionality after that. Maybe we'll get a hint ahead of time, or at least see where institutions are betting the market moves after the Fed meeting. Thanks, Imscaro. I sold Nvidia at 12 in 2010. I mean, you would have held those bags for a long time. If we can't see historic OI, then how can we calculate if there is enough OI to cause T+2 price action for a given stock? I mean, just go back and look at volume trends, right? Like you need to get better at looking for what the data implies and less looking at what the data directly shows you. Right. If volume trends going into, a big options expiration, and you can look up the historic OI across the market is available everywhere. So, you can use that and find correlation. But, if historic, like the volume trends are, very, very high, and then you're seeing a large spike in price action on T+2. So, see what strikes went in the money the previous Friday. See if there's a correlation with T+2 price action the following week. Dig into it more, man. Stop looking for shortcuts. There isn't one. I don't spend 18 hours a day doing this kind of shit because there's a shortcut. I'm a financial advisor, and this is correct. No, because I'm not your fucking college professor, man. I just do this for fun. I'll answer questions when they come up, but I'm not creating like a fucking set of coursework for you. If you care that much, go, you'll figure it out. I'm not going to pave the way for you, though, because that just means you don't want it that much. What do you think that are main factors to the massive SPX pump today? Apple earnings? Yeah, that helped. Put shedding? Not much, but a little bit. Yeah, short sides of straddles and stuff. A lot of delta neutral positioning going into... So part of the effect on the market today is, lots of delta neutral positioning going into last night. with the short side of that on the market rising, closing off, which helped accelerate this morning's price action. We had a pretty stable uptrend that brought in more bulls at higher levels, right? Which has continued the uptrend into the end of the day, where it's now starting to weaken as we run into our first real strong point of resistance at 3,900. I'm having fun. I love doing this shit every day. It's great. For every person that whines about losing money, there's one that makes it. And, you know, I'm here for that person, right? How do I subscribe to Ortex? I have no idea. I'd imagine you go to their website. If you use code pickle, you'll get a free weekly covered call or a free weekly long call. It only took me 9 months of concerted effort studying the inner workings of the market to get to the point where I can make statements that aren't entirely incorrect. It's so easy. it's a capital market. I'm not gonna spend my time rushing around and trying to pick up the stragglers, right? The market will kill off anyone who can't succeed at it. I don't need to be involved. What's an Ortex, Papa? Oh, Jesus. I entered the code word pickle and they sent male strippers to my place. Thanks, Ihor. You're welcome. Can you make a poor subscription that's 1 penny every day? No, but I would love to. You ever want to start a university or a library or something, like a real one? Talk to me when I have more money. When it benefits me tax-wise, sure. It's actually been closer to a year now, man. The time flies when you're having fun. It's pretty cool. How you feeling about Upstart earnings on the 8th? We'll see. I mean, it's a risk, but it's there. We know about it. Pickles picks are dragging along a few stragglers. Well, it gives them time to warm up. Or practice, which is what they're there for. Do you think the SPX will keep this level until the end of the day, or will it try to die before then to profit takers? Well, SPX for calls expiring today, they're in the money. Probably not going to close out, right? They'll just take cash settlement. For calls that are out of the money, we may see a little bit of capitulation, and that could trigger more. But I think as long as we stay above like the 38.50 level, we'll stay pretty steady. I'm not the guy whining only winning. Just exited my cat December 185, 190s, slowly making the correct moves and taking the correct risks. Thanks to your advice. Made plenty of wrong ones along the way. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. And congratulations on cat. It's hard to fucking hold that one all the way through this run, but it's been great. Appreciate it, Shake It Lincoln. Good job, man. Jimmy Boof halted? Maybe? Definitely boofed. Probably just waiting for the SPY to drop. How has your port changed since starting the stream? I mean, my year-over-year return, which I don't have a full year of yet, but my year-over-year return on swing trading as opposed to intraday trading is significantly higher. But it's probably something I should have done long before I ever started the stream. This year's I've had some really good plays this year. You know, I had GME in March. I made a lot of money on. I had BBBY. I've had a few runs on Cat, and I've done pretty well on timing SPX. So it's been a really good year. I don't know. I don't know how to weight them because the returns seem unrealistic. But that's something that's possible, I guess, when you don't have anyone breathing over your shoulder. Our faithful Lady VWAP, thank you for holding this run. For we will support you as you support us. Cheers. Thank you, Superman. I tell people things that Girk said to sound smart. It usually works, but if they ask a follow-up question, I just tell them do your own research. I don't watch a pickle 7 hours a day for fun. How's the SPX SPY options chain look moving forward into next week? It looks okay. I think we're going to continue to climb up, but the Fed meeting's going to have a really, really big impact on that potential. So we'll see how it turns out. I think if everything moves forward in line with expectations, we could see the SPY move higher. I think we could see like move up to, you know, right now my upper limit's kind of like 41.35, but it could potentially even move higher than that because we have so much time. Maybe we might have a lot of time before we get any bad economic data again. Could be a month or two, and if we do, we'll just continue to grind up. I think not you know, a flip to a bull market, but a consistent rally. You provide any words of encouragement for my current GME cost basis of 105.53. I hope you really, really believe in the company's potential. I think they have a lot of it, but we'll see if it's realized. You need it to be realized. I paper traded Pickles Picks and I killed it, so I got cocky and played real money Pickles Picks. I've been very successful at dodging the winners. It's comforting to know you're not here for me because all I do is lose money. Hey, what about Cake? Cake was a good pick. I mean, you get better. I think you're a little emotional with your purchases and you never buy Theta because you have 9 million children. But maybe don't go so big, just go small with Theta and you'll build up faster. I don't think your trade choices are that bad. When you start building June spy put position beyond a 3900 crossing. Let's see what the Fed does. Sometimes you just can't do stuff until other stuff happens. You gotta be patient. I just went over like a whole 1 hour speech about the importance of patience. And you're like, so I buy spy puts this week? I made too much money this week. Unsub, disliking, and putting pineapple on my pizza with my decaf Americano. Not cool, man. Congratulations, Squanch. I slowly realized I don't want to actively trade anymore, but I'm a bit disappointed in the year-to-date cooking and dating tips. Don't eat mussels. That's my current cooking tip. probably already talked about, but did you see a video from S3 today about GME above 30 goes parabolic? Well, that's true today. I don't think the potential for GME to go above 30 today is quickly waning. What could make you more bullish for November? Big shorting under gamma neutral? Yeah. Or just no runs until November. Both of those would make me pretty bullish on November. I'm already pretty bullish on November. I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling some FOMO, but I'm gonna wait. What's weighted VWAP at? I'm gonna do 100 shares of GME at 5% weekly CCs. Price constant for example's sake. You want this year or the long-term one? We're 32.66. So standard deviations at 26.13. So technically anything below 26.13 is a good deal. The further below, the better, obviously. Christoph Mogensen, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Do you have any exposure to a law that decriminalizes marijuana from a federal level? Yeah. I own some stock in Big Tobacco. Thinking of picking up some 0DT 3850 puts. Thoughts? Risky. Kind of risky. Probably, might not print. It's hard to say. We're very flat right now, but I would say that there's a decent amount of in the money calls supporting the downside. And remember that on SPX, they're probably not going to sell off. It's more likely that they'll just hold into close. Like the 0DTs will hold into close and cash settle. Call it 30? Not unreasonable. The long-term VWAP's way fucking higher. Like the one weighted from last year is at oh wait, is that backwards? I did that? No, I didn't do that backwards. Yeah, that one's at 38.89. So let's make 2+2 fun again. About 100 shares at the ask. Nice. Would you like to donate to my cause? I would like to refill my port. Sure. Don't buy far out of the money 0DTs this time around. Fubo is red when the market is pumping. Yeah, it's got a pretty heavy put position on it. Let's make 2+2 fun again. You rolling any Fubo 23 for $8 calls out to 24? I'm thinking about rolling mine. I feel like Theta might be better for those. I'll probably hold them through November, and then if nothing happens, I'll roll them. I lost everything because of you. I would say that you lost everything because of you. To be fair. You keep saying you're holding of selling CC on Jimmy till Tuesday. Is that because you're expecting a higher price of it by then? No, I'll wait until close today to sell covered calls or Tuesday, depending on how high we move up today. If we move up to $30 today, I'll wait till Tuesday to sell covered calls. If we don't, I'll sell some covered calls near close. I'm not taking my shirt off at 30. I think a lot of the exposure on Express died off, so I'm not super interested in that one. How many calls go in the money when GME hits 30? Fuck, I don't know, a lot. Let me take a look. If it goes into the money, if it goes into the money at 30 today, over the next 3 expirations, well, hold on. Let me see if I can find a better. I don't know if I have like a cumulative OI for that. Yeah, I don't really have a cumulative. I'm sure we could pull it, dork. Do you watch Letterkenny? Every time you say "to be fair," I think of it. I have, and my friends used to give me a lot of shit when that show came out. Since you called Nopex, we see $30. I think it's only fair the shirt comes off. Well, $30 isn't really an OPEX though, right? It's just like a $5 move on no volume. So still Nopex. Jayverse getting the Jimmy Discord all hype with graphs we can't understand. Nice. He's feeling very bullish today. I like it. Jayverse told me to sell. Are you gonna listen to him? I sold $27 cover calls. Oh, okay. Hmm. This will probably be important. Do you remember ETF FTD dates for GME in February? Yeah, February 8th through 16th, if I remember correctly. It's in my, if you go back to my daily DDs, they're always listed for like that time period. But I think it was Feb. Yeah, Feb ETF FTDs were Feb 8. What was it? Feb 8, 9. They start on Feb 8th. Feb 8, 9, 10, 11, and 14. Something like that. I could just measure it again, I guess. I don't think that's right. Give me a second. December 17th. Okay, December 17th. So February ETF FTDs started on the 4th, and carried through the 11th. Your first is trying to show dominance by marking all over the house. That happens. He's neutered though, so there's no mess to clean up. Global TA on E-Trade is calling for a high of 30 to 31 on GME today. Okay. I don't care. Good for whoever they are. If Jimmy was squeezy, wouldn't some whale shove it past 30? Not unless they want to get in a boxing match with some of the largest hedge funds in existence. By the way, I made a crazy amount of profits on Cat. Thank you so much. Easily my best trade of the year. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Upstart moving? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. The pressure on these two is very similar. Jimmy with a little bit more FOMO today. The rest of the week, Upstart was the one outperforming. Wouldn't it be good to get some Jan calls to get exposure for the ETF FTD and November OPEX for GME? Well, those are two separate events. You'd probably want to have exposure to them separately because it's very unlikely that price will increase into the ETF FTDs and then continue to increase unless you're going to get another fat squart like January. Then, yeah, then it's possible. Broad nuclear energy coverage. I'd be more interested in uranium than nuclear energy coverage. Usually nuclear energy coverage is like subsidized and not very profitable. Uranium is in short supply, and it takes several years to get active mines up and running. So uranium short squeeze 2025. Okay. You get a brief update of what to expect the next couple of days with GME. I mean, currently not a lot. Uh, there's going to be a little bit of T+2 action, but I don't think there's going to be a ton. A fair number of calls went in the money, but a lot of those are going to be sold off today. So right now, below 30, my confidence in T+2 is kind of minimal. Not much. Next week, pretty bad. Flat, maybe. Right now, that could change by the end of the day. Do you buy live option flow data that OptionStrat provides? No. Oh god, we going on uranium again? I mean, it's not the worst. Pretty flat over the weekend. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have a lot of price action on Saturday or Sunday. Look at the EPS and revenue for Upstart. The targets for the next earnings seem really low. Chance for a big beat, or is there a reason for the underestimation? I think it's like their kind of declining rate of growth. Has the estimates a little negatively weighted. What was it was like -8 cents or something. Hold on. Yeah, I think estimate -8 EPS. I don't know. They hit a low in Q2, so we might see like revenues bounce back. Um, they also kind of bottomed out and like year over year, like they tanked hard in like year over year growth, like the operating income and like pre-tax income. So I think they're expecting a continued negative trend in their income. I don't know if that's going to be the case. They picked up a lot of new partners over the last couple of months. So I think it'll be. I think they might do a little better. We'll see. But yeah, they definitely picked up a lot of new contracts. So we'll see how it plays out. I don't know if they're going to beat or miss. I will say I agree that the expectations are a little bit low. But earnings is always kind of a gamble just because you don't have inside information, right? If they do beat, that's super fucking bullish considering the position the shorts are in. Did you talk about the narrative of going parabolic after 30? I mean, gamma's pretty flat after 30. There's some strikes where it's kind of negative. I don't know about completely parabolic, but there's not a lot to stop the price action if we go above 30. Thank you for everything today. You've been awesome. How do you feel about $20 CSPs on Eura? I see it's on a downtrend. I already have UEC exposure. I don't remember your opinion on Eura. I haven't looked at them in a really long time. At least a couple of quarters. Let me take a quick peek. Mm, I don't. This doesn't look. I'm gonna say this doesn't look like the formation of a downtrend at all. It over the last like couple weeks, it looks like it's trending up. So your chance of assignment on CSPs at like the $20 strike are probably fairly slim. Not only is there another resistance between you and that strike, it does look like it's in a continuing uptrend. Mm, it's not historically at a very bad price, just where it's at. So I don't hate like this as like a DCA entry. I think it's pretty decent. Yes, you could get it a little cheaper, maybe if you wait, but you may not. If the commodities markets start to heat up into like Q1, this is a really good price. Like, what would be the cost basis if you sold $21 calls or puts rather? Parabolic above 30 would require shorts to cover SI. Yeah, we know they don't do that though, right? Do you think we can stay above 28 for next week? I don't know. A lot of the interest falls off today. So we'll have to look at OI on Monday, and that'll give us a better idea of our range. How about others weekly selling off? I think we saw some sell off earlier. This was the market was rising during this period. So I think we saw some long capitulation here. Not a lot, but if this is mostly apes, expect them to hold all the way till their calls are worthless, right? But like an informed traders sold off at the double tops or the triple top. So this is probably most of the traders in. Any continuing pressures, probably retail. And the rest of those close in what, 30 minutes? Depending on their brokerage. Like Robinhood closes in 30 minutes. No, I think the jump in SI is bullshit and misreported data. There's no jump in FINRA's reported short interest. I don't care what Ortex says. Do you expect Jimmy's IV keeps climbing till next Tuesday? No. Market's breaking up for 3,900 though. That's a good move going into power hour. That could give us a little bit of pressure. Oh, it's not a pen. It's a chip clip. Sorry. I'm a little fidgety today. I'm kind of bored. I'm out of most of my call positions. I don't have a lot to do. Citadel's had a fixed income to step down. Who cares? Let's take a 21. The net on CSP would be like 50, 60 bucks. So yeah, if you got assigned at 21, your buy-in would be, you know, $20.50. So you're still getting a lower cost of entry. But you're not at that range where assignment's kind of unlikely. Nope, they're just internalizing the fuck out of everything right now. um, market makers make the market so unfun. If bored, how about look at Apple 1216 170? What about it? Stop limits on SPX puts were jumped. Couldn't check into my brokerage for a while. I'm down 20k. Holy fuck. SPX down to 3860 end of day would save the position, but residual value is so low. I might as well just wait. Can you let me see. What have you considered collaring it? I don't know what your losses look like, but it might be an option. Why are blue chips getting sold off? Liquidations? Where? Everything blue chip is up today. The only thing that's down is like Netflix, and it's been running all week. Costco's up, Microsoft's up, Tesla's up, V's up, Cat's up, Apple's up, Nvidia's up. Amazon's down, but it's up way fucking higher than it was after earnings. Even Meta's up. What what's being liquidated? And the things that are down very little. What do you mean? Like you can build a collar and set your puts as the hedge? I guess if there's zero DTs, you're just burned out anyway. It doesn't matter. But I don't know if we're getting 3,900. It's still stiff. It's still a stiff resistance. Ending today, what SPX position will you have left open? And we'll be looking to open next week. I don't think I'm carrying my SPX position into next week. I'm probably going to close out my last 5 calls today. This is way above my price target, and there's no reason for me to risk it over the weekend. Also, we're starting to get kind of close to the expiration on them. No straddle this weekend? No, probably not. I don't think it'll make me a lot of money, so I don't see a point. I guess I could straddle for any news that comes out over the weekend, but everything seems pretty calm right now. And the market maker hedge on The SPX is flipped, so no more of that crazy volatility, right? Not for a little while. Like that crazy volatility is kind of burning up. If we fall back below the hedge, then maybe, but that's, I mean, at least today that means we'd have to fall back below like 3,800. I think. Hold on, I'm gonna double check that because I'm not sure I'm right, but I think it's a 38.37. So if we fall back below 38.37, then I'd probably consider a straddle. But yeah, not if we're closing near these prices. Goric red candle. I see it. It looks like they internalized the fuck out of that entire move up, and now they're dumping it. At least DPI might be a lot higher today, so that's cool. Does that make selling calls more profitable? It makes calls that are already, well, yeah, it does make selling calls more profitable. Because of the row increase? I mean, it's minimal, but yeah. Or, well, it'd be minimal for you because you're probably not selling that many, so many calls that it would make a difference. Iron Condors on SPX? No. The state of the global economy is still really volatile, even if the index itself isn't. All this boofing making November look nice. I agree. Ooh. We are gonna get 3,900. I might just buy some fucking... Is that Gap? We'll see. Yeah, the 3,900s aren't selling off. It's gonna be interesting. A little bull run for Power Hour would be dope. What's the whole meaning for this GME run anyway? I think people just bought a lot of calls into a massive put wall. But not enough, unfortunately. Even in a rising market, not enough. Is this the put capitulation you were talking about? Are they closing out their longer dated puts? No, that was more at like the beginning of this week that we saw the majority of like put capitulation occur into the end of last week and the beginning of this week. There's not a lot of puts left that are anywhere near the money. Any leverage put positions that are being built up right now are being built pretty far out of the money and farther dated. So they're not having a lot of effect on price action yet. But we also don't have longs moving to leverage the upside very much yet because they're waiting for the Fed meeting. So we're moving up with what little long leverage is coming into the upside. Most of that kind of peters out around 3,900, but we are moving up to it, which is good. That means there's buyers in the market. Last time my daughter asked me what BBC meant. Thank God we get the British Broadcasting Corporation in our house, or that would have been strange to explain to a 5-year-old. Probably not something you should explain to a 5-year-old. Well, the other definition. Still predicts SPY over 400. I mean, I haven't predicted that yet, but it could happen. Formerly known as AJ, super lucky in my opinion, but I'll take it. Yeah. We keep no secrets in this house. Alright, whatever. Gherk, do you expect Jimmy to run with the market through power hour or stagnate around this range? We'll see how much they internalize it. The market looks like it's going to blow out some calls, though. About some 0DT 3900s for around $1 each. I'm quite happy right now. I'd imagine you are. Could this move up be beneficial for FOMO for next OPEX? Possibly. Yeah, all this news could lead to more FOMO for next OPEX, which is good. What do you mean by internalize it? Well, GME trades on NYSE, where DMMs act as internalizers, and they can control the amount of order flow hitting the lit exchange vis-a-vis their inventory, thus reducing volatility on the actual exchange. Their job. 1 second. Internalize means boof? Yeah. If only the FOMO people learn not to buy for the week of OPEX expiration you were looking to play. Now that would be progress. Yeah. That'd be kind of cool. Are you holding Apple November 18 calls over the weekend? No, I closed them. I kind of just closed out of them over the course of the day. I did good on them. I'm happy. I'm happy with the profits I made. Wouldn't SPY stop emotional damage? There you are, you son of a bitch. I've been waiting for you all day. What happened to the market crash? What happened to SPY 3600? Yeah. Fucking inverse Gherk. Smug bitch. GME 30 minutes looks to be forming a bullish continuation pattern. That's good for GME. Assuming GME doesn't break through GM today, do you expect the price to drop back a few percent on Monday? I'd expect the price to drop back a few percent into the end of today. So many odd lots on GME. Yep. You know, if Super Stonk is amazing for at one thing, it's buying the top of every run. I still have an hour and 25 minutes to be right. No, you don't. You ran out of time to be right when we bounced off 3882. Your theta's no good here. I'm sorry. Drop a couple percent because of zero DT call capitulation? Yeah, mostly. And the market maker will turn down IV again, right? And then once they sell off. I posted my new Rev video in the Discord. Okay, I'll check it out. I bought before every earnings call, hoping it would put pressure on the hedgies. And then we would dip to 60. There's 3,900. Market. Now we might see some short-term calls sell off. DMs. What is it? Oh, that's exciting. Can I open PDFs on the stream? There we go. Okay, so let's how do I close this stupid sidebar? Get here. 8 PDFs. Okay. So this is assuming that you start with 100 shares of GME and one covered call a week at $30, which is roughly our weighted VWAP. So a total of $3,000 worth of GME and a 5% gain on covered calls of $150. Over the course of 52 weeks, you could turn that into $22,800 of GME. And 760 shares. So, food for thought. Yeah, Carl, you want to pin that in the GME Discord? The power of compounding gains. Man, I sold my fucking 3,800s at the absolute peak. For today. I feel like a god. What is that, math? Hieroglyphics. How'd you determine the premiums you get? It's basing it on a $150 premium a week, which is not that excessive if we're trading at $30. That's not crazy. Math is, it's not my math. I didn't do it. Carl made it. I think the premium might be a tiny bit excessive, but Jimmy can't harvest 5% a week. I mean, if you count the weeks it runs, you can because on those weeks you can harvest a lot more than 5%, right? So that's not counting OPEXs. I'm sure it averages out to be roughly that. I'll do it with Fubo. $5 premium. Fubo, I think CSPs have a better yield than covered calls do. You're too kind with your willingness to share knowledge. Stefan would disagree with you. Can't thank you enough for all you do every day to help teach. When you don't show up to stream on time, I feel lost. Thank you, Internet BFF. Thanks, Barry with love, McCockiner. Someone should post that chart on SS and get banned. Isn't everyone in here already banned from Superstock? See, like, yeah, $150 a week, I agree, is a little excessive for premium. But remember, there's some weeks where you can, make $8 of premium on covered calls. I can do it so you sell one every 2 weeks at 10%. That might be more realistic. Probably. The 5% yield right now is for November 4th. Yeah, 5% yield would be like 0.45 delta. So it's a bit excessive if you consider risk. I would say like 3% yield is more accurate, but 2 to 3% yield to offset the risk. But then you have to factor in like periods of high IV. So if Jimmy has 4 periods of high IV a year, your yields are insane on those covered calls. 5G Reptilians surfing on chemtrails. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. We needed more lizard people in the Discord, so that'll help out. Hit me up over there, and I'll get you added after the stream. Saving my SS band for something epic. There's nothing more epic than informing uninformed investors. Fubo 3.5 CSPs for 1 week is like 6.5% right now. Yeah, very high. Be a basic streamer and live react to Hazy's video. Never in a million years. I interacted with an SS pitch yesterday. Big mistake. I did get 5 upvotes. Must have been people in there. Huh. Not enough people to break this put wall, apparently. It's kind of hard to find yields above 5% a week. No, it's not. It's just risky to find yields above 5% a week. This is Bammy for asking how to undrs my shares. Did you figure it out? I'm not banned still? Really? How did you make it out? I thought you were like, everyone was calling you like Chief Pickle Licker. Wait, is Fluffy not banned either? Can't figure out how to do a Ko-Fi, but with Jimmy's rip today, my account is green after being down most of the time for the past year. So I'll be a zillionaire as long as the account is still green. Alright, so I guess you're canceling on, like, next week. That's cool, though. I appreciate it. Jimmy looking like it might form a rounded bottom breakout on the daily interval either next week or the week after. If successful, bounce off 50 SMA. Just saying. We'll see. I think it'll short us below the trend first, right? Because they'll want to short before they cover if obligations are really high. I don't know. I went straight after JSMAR and all the fucktards. You know, the best thing is I've outlasted JSMAR, and he is an idiot. He told me that by teaching people options, I was giving them a gun to shoot themselves with. Why did Mr. Washington and his 4 friends, Mr. Washingtons, do about changing your mind? Brett, that's not gonna work. Darth Dan's given me hundreds of dollars to play his videos on the stream, and I've only done it like a couple times. I can't be bought. I definitely can't be bought through YouTube super chats. Those don't have a good yield. You've admitted you're just expensive. I'm expensive enough that I can't be bought. Can you explain Row and how the rate hikes impacted long-dated puts? Trying to factor in this knowledge of buying long-dated puts March 23rd at these prices and the risk of doing so. I mean, so Row is going to increase the price of long-dated calls and decrease the price of long-dated puts because it changes the risk-free rate, which is part of the calculation for the pricing of an options contract. Basically, if you're not super leveraged, like unless you're getting like hundreds and hundreds of contracts, it's not going to make a huge difference. So it's not something you really have to worry about. It's something more institutions probably have to worry about. Although I don't know, you could have millions and millions of dollars, and maybe you're just going full port short SPX. In that case, you'd probably want to wait out the risk-free interest rate increase. I'm reaching into my margin here. Please, Gork, for the children. No. Absolutely not, Brett. I'll watch it. How's this? I'll write a paragraph on the Discord about what I thought of it. Like a review. I'm not demonetizing the stream for Hazy after he became a paper-handed bitch. So you can play mind games with my emotions and trick me into shaming him. If you look at the SPX from 1400, you can see a perfect example of an intraday cup and handle. Actually, that's a reverse head and shoulders, but I like where your head's at. How are you not banned, turd? You were the first person to suggest DRS. And then fundamentally disagreed with it. You should be like in the top 10 shills. After you know, me and that guy who tried to monetize DRSing, which was genius. I should have done that. I should have made this stream all about DRS. I'd have so many more annoying viewers. I could just talk about computer share all day and how great it is. I could hit them up and see if they'd give me some money for referring so many customers. Maybe I could get like a promo code for DRS. Instead, you have me. Yeah, I know. I would have had every GME shareholder just watching. I knew it too. I was like, do I want to be trades or do I just want to keep doing what I do? I thought about it a lot. Trades made $14 million last year. Don't knock it. You really messed up not using the alias Michael Blurry. I know. It's one of my biggest regrets. Christine Lagarde's Moascot. I've no longer sold the peak on my 3800s, and now I'm sad. All he did for an entire year was snort methamphetamine and yell about AMC. That opportunity window is closed, but the next giant social movement, think about it, guys. Trades made 14 million. How much of that was via trading? Oh, his trading losses were massive. So how did he make $14 million? I'm assuming super chats? Sponsorships? Don't forget he bought like $100,000 of AMC at $30. Subway kickbacks. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why would you send me that, turd?
Short activity.
Oh, it's the video from S3. I don't care about that. That guy looks super fucking angry. Like his shorts are about to get blown up. Jimmy done running? Yeah, well, it kind of looks like it. I have no idea how much Matt Corey's made. I'd imagine a lot. I mean, back in like the early days, they had like what, like 30,000 viewers at a time sometimes. How much did Andrew Momeney make? Enough to, I don't think he streams anymore. Not enough to cover the dog treats. Oh, not enough to cover the dog diabetes medication. Too soon? I don't mean it that way. Small reward for hurting my feelings. Thanks, Dan Weekly's Arama. I'm sorry that the market didn't crash for you. Fucking Tim Apple. Me, Kevin made enough to do a failed run of California governor. Spy can be green. Spy can be green. Spy can make all your ports print. Spy can push gamma. Spy can push Vanna. Spy can do anything you like. True. It sounds like Hazy's catfished a bunch of dudes. I would agree. Hazy's married to emergency exit. Don't let him fool you. He's just trying to sleep around. Look like end of day CCs or Tuesday still a risk not worth taking. I'm probably gonna sell some cover calls at the end of today. Not in the money or anything, but a few. I need to build up my next OPEX losses. So first I have to make the money to pay for them. After I asked you what to buy, I got 2850 GME 0 DTs right before the run and sold at 400%. Thanks, Teach. Nice, man. Congratulations. Can I buy your covered calls? I don't know. Check the Craigslist ad. If it's still up, they're still for sale. Earlier this week, you said you were not selling GME CCs. I said I was not selling GME CCs until after OPEX. Why does nobody pay attention to these timelines? OPEX is over. The OPEX week is over. I'll sell covered calls into the ETF FTD period, at which point I will close my covered calls. Then I'll wait out the ETF FTD period. And I'll sell more covered calls into the OPEX. Well, into the OPEX period. I'll probably close them before OPEX. And then before OPEX, I'll close those, and then I'll buy a bunch of calls. And then after I lose money on those, I'll sell more covered calls. That would require them to have something called near-term memory. Oh, like long-term memory. This is the same shit I've discussed for the entirety of the year. They do, they just make up their own and fit yours into it. Oh, that makes sense. Go buy your cover calls on OnlyFans. Only if you can find them. Can you talk about how to use SPXL and SPXS as an affordable alternative to SPX and SPY? Sure, they're cheaper and singularly directional. You need big moves though for them to run a lot because of their leverage. So you know they're fine. You can use them to straddle the S&P 500. You can use them to go long the S&P. You can use them to go short. It's just another instrument, right? They're not necessarily good for long-term buy and holds. But on something like the last few weeks, where you're like, well, I would have used it if I wasn't in SPX, but you're looking at like a move from like the 3550 range up to the 3800 range, like a really big move like that. That's a great time to use like XPXS or XPXL. You short SPXS, or you could go long SPXL. The CC cheat sheet is on SS. Well played, fam. It's probably already taken down. The only two things the average retailer will remember, MOASS and what the last candle did. That's not true. You gotta give people more credit than that. Upstart is at 2350. I had one $27 GME 0 DTE left. Fidelity auto closed it at 3 for $1.17. The transaction says $33 charged in commission. That seems a bit high, right? That seems very high. I don't know. I don't pay the same fees you do, but it seems excessive. Do you know why there are two different GME trading in Europe? One France, one Germany, different exchanges. Ugh. What's the best way to research historic catalyzing factors that led to big market moves in either directions? Why do you want to do that? Like, I understand understanding the past, but you can't use that predictively. Like, that's a good way to like analyze how market sentiment reacts, but market sentiment changes over time, and the way people participate in the market also changes. I paid $55 to open and close the 2850 calls this afternoon. That's nuts. Why? That's way too much money. Unless you're buying like thousands of contracts, then it kind of makes sense. Hundreds of contracts? Are you buying hundreds of contracts? You're making it sound like this is one call. It doesn't seem like it's one call based on the amount of money you're spending. But your sentences don't indicate the number of calls. Who's your broker? The mob? Fucking seriously. 20 contracts? That's not that bad then. That's I mean, you can, if you have enough money, you can negotiate. You can call the broker, like your broker, and negotiate, um, like a lower commission. Or if you trade a lot, sometimes it's automatic. Like if you trade enough contracts, your commissions are lower. You can, yeah, well, you can negotiate that down to Fidelity too. Brought to you by Raid Shadow Legend. Consider yourself bought. Thanks for the extra money, Koala Hugger. Always happy to have it. I'm still saving up to buy a shitload of puts on GME with all the money you donate me. You ever getting a haircut? Someday. Quick, everyone, check to make sure your shares are being lent out. Change in row would matter on 500 contracts. Is there any point in rolling a credit spread that's in the money, or is it either lost since the risk is defined? If you think you just need to move to a higher level for your thesis to play out and you can still attain profitability, otherwise, probably not. I feel like I should know this, but have you bought any puts on GME yet, or you only sell CCs? Oh, I've definitely bought puts on GME. After OPEX, like 100%. Gotta have money to buy the bottom. You're buying 14 DT puts to capture downs next week? No. I don't think we'll move down that hard next week. Maybe the week after, but not next week. If Computershare allowed you to sell cover calls, would they lock the flow be locked due to super stonkers compounding their position? Or would all their shares be called away because no one understands the market? A little bit of both. Might it might help compound positions. But it would encourage all kinds of other behaviors that are unbefitting of a true ape. Like being bearish for any moment in time. Being forced to look at your investment as an investment and not your ticket to generational wealth. Are you selling 7 DTE GME cover calls? Yeah, roughly. Are you expecting any T plus 2 action into next week? Not right now, no. But we still have another 30 minutes until the day is done. A lot could happen between now and then. No, shorts want they're volatility shorts. They want the price of the stock to go up. They want IV to increase. They want everyone to buy in before that happens. It's all beneficial to their position. Thanks, hang tight. They tricked Superstock into sending their shares to the one place they couldn't sell CCs from. Well, you don't want other people competing with you selling the volatility, right? $5K to $25K on SPX this past week. What's the next step in managing a 25K port? More risk aversion? A little bit more, yeah. You know, you're not going to all in into any one position at that point, right? Dixie and the market are inverse to each other, sort of. They have a negative correlation, inverse correlation. Can you say Alexa and set off people's houses for some excitement into the end of the day? Alexa, buy GME? Alexa can't do that. So, right? I need to get one. Then I don't have to use my hands anymore. Would you say there's different levels of risk strategy when it comes to port size? 5K port, 25K port, 50. I mean, you need to learn how to manage your allocation. When you're in a very small port, positionally, your hands are kind of tied. You don't have enough money to enter lots of different positions, right? So you need to enter positions with a high rate of success and low risk until you can build your port up. Then you can enter more positions, which allows you to diversify to offset risk. Deep in the money cover calls seem like a better move than buying cash secured puts. No? Generally speaking, it depends. What do we do in the meantime while we have no monies? Make money? There's a lot of ways to make money. From a job or, consistent income strategies with options or hand jobs behind the Windies. You got to build up that capital, and even if it's just, one stroke at a time. Ask the Dans. They've been doing it for months. Spy has more upside from here. Potentially. Not right now, but soon. What do you want me to say about it? We hit 3,900. We're kind of stabilizing. We got a couple call sell-offs, but not a lot. Like I said, probably fairly stagnant into the Fed meeting next week. Hopefully by then we have a better picture of positioning. I'm telling you, man, building a 3 to 5K account with strategy clips as you trade it would explode your channel. It would be insanely popular. It's kind of the opposite of usually what I'm after. I think they have at least 3 types of jobs hiring right now behind the Wendy's dumpster. Are financial advisors allowed to gamble on OPEX and zero DTEs? Are they forced to play it safe? They're usually forced to play it safe. They have a fiduciary responsibility. Think of the harem you could build. Ah. Imagine being here for well over a year and thinking that you want to be more of a YouTuber. It sounds awful to me. What's wrong with what we got? Why change shit? This is great. Alexa, play Baby Shark full volume. But what if it's, hey Google, play Baby Shark full volume? That seems like an important distinction. Siri? Play Baby Shark full volume? And we got everyone. He didn't know his $3 was going to pay off that well. That's the most fiscally responsible decision he's ever made. You're a monster. Greg, if you apply yourself, you too can have a commercial driver's license and $14 million. Yeah, but I'd never be willing to do the copious amount of stimulants that trade does, you know? Like, so I don't have that in me. I'm kind of fat, my heart would probably explode and I'd die like Chris Farley. That is too soon. Yeah, but DC, when you do that, you expose yourself to a lot more risk. Why am I experiencing anger towards you right now? I don't know. You're mentally unstable? Pi-Fi chair sniffing club reporting in. You have to wait till after the stream. Hit me up after the stream. Thanks, Teaspoon. I think market gap's down pretty hard over the weekend. Looking to buy puts for, say, SPY 375Ps with zero IV change. SPY would have to hit 378 to break even. What gives? What's theta decay? Sounds like theta decay. If the SPY drops, the IV will go up on those contracts. Especially if it drops 125 points. That's fine, Tankerific. On a scale of 1 to pump, what would happen if RC tweeted a photo of him, Icon, and our savior Perelman out getting ice cream together? Be honest. Nothing. Nothing would happen. We would just assume that they're a throuple and move on with our lives. My 2-year-old's back to saying moon soon. I really did a number on this kid, I'm afraid. Well, you could always look to adoption and try again. TR's been pumping for 3 weeks straight. Can it be stopped? No. Options have been tradable since Monday, I think. There's no one buying them, but they're very tradable. Did Moonwind die? I don't know, maybe. That's a possibility, I suppose. Look, October OPEX ended on Wednesday, man. Was Upstart stabilized at this higher level? No, I wouldn't go with that assumption. My wife thinks your name is Matt. We call you Matt at our house. Is she right? She's not. Sorry, Wills. My name is absolutely not Matt or Matthew or Matholomew or any other version of Matt. Matthias. Matthias? That's a great name. I keep scalping 0 to 1 DTSPX. The end of day is worth thousands more than my scalp profits. Is it just the nature of the beast? Slash why you should leave runners? As not why you should leave runners, it's just that you should learn to manage stops and follow trends. You'll get better at it. Wins are wins, but you'll learn to milk them for all they're worth eventually. Interesting. Well, I hadn't considered that, Taco Man. One time when your niece ran into the streaming lair, not niece, you sister-in-law can be heard saying John the baby in the background. Thoughts on being named John? My name's not John. Nice try, but that definitely wasn't said. We all know you're Persian. We just have to work our way down from the most popular list of Persian names. Ali, Amir, Bijan, Cyrus. We'll get there eventually. I wish I was named Cyrus. That's another cool name. Cyrus Matthias. I still need a last name though. I'm gonna go down to the naming office. The sorting hat, if you will. My parents were really cool for naming me Popcorn.
No, it's not Blueberry Batman. Do we have a Pi-Fi Haka yet? No, I don't think so. Are your tidy whities labeled with VWAP too? I don't know in tidy whities. I only have thongs, and yes. Thongs and briefs. And yes, they're both emblazoned with VWAP. It's on all my clothing, actually. It's actually none of those, DC. Let's talk about a weird option strategy. Do a bite right, deepen the money calls, get 80% back from the calls initially. Spend the rest of your days rolling up and out until you're at the money. Ugh. That sounds fucking terrible. If anyone did guess your name, would you even admit to it? Maybe. So T+2 action doesn't look very good right now. Gurk doesn't have a name because centaurs don't have human names. I'm not a centaur. Also, yeah, you can't pronounce them in human tongue. See you on Halloween, Blueberry Batman. I know why I'm mad at you. Oh, what shocking revelation is this, Bipolar Bear? Do you even care if we know your name? No. How do you know my name's not just Gherkin it? Hey dude, my name's Matt too. I'm not Matt. Feel bad for folks who will never know the feeling like we do. Have a nice weekend. Thanks, Sweet and Sour. Or should I just call you Matt Sour? Is Sweet your middle name? If you were to create a pickle fund, would your real name be out then? No, it'd just be owned by an LLC called Gherkin Adventures. Which would be in turn owned by a shell corporation called the Pickle Jar, which would then be a subsidiary of Pickle Enterprises. When parabolic, S3 lied again. It's Dan, it would explain so much. Why? I didn't start the Dans. They weren't my creation. That was that other guy, Dan. Daniel Taylor. The first Dan. Him and Daniel Rock decided it'd be really cool to be Dans together. And thus the Dans were born. Not according to their holy scripture, but that's what I saw happen. I don't even like pickles that much. Like, they're okay. Daniel Taylor, first of his name, father of the Dans. There are 3 Elder Dans? Okay, fine. Daniel Supreme. And Philadelphia Wife. You guys have a joint YouTube account? Who was cheating? Who was cheating with someone on YouTube? More importantly. Cucking, not cheating. Oh, okay. I didn't realize you were offering your Philadelphia wife up on a platter to just every streamer. Well, Girk, we've just about done it again. Another 6.5-hour day with an earbud in my ear at work. Well, I pretend to work, but only watch the financial markets with you. This is the American dream. It's really the best. No, also not Salvador. So I'm trying to guess. What makes you think I'd tell you anyway? You need to have the right kind of hot pickle imported from pickling capitals such as Portland. Do they pickle a lot of things? Never mind. Don't answer that. I know. We skipped a monthly. Hold on a sec. Oh, what's up, Tankerific? I just had my 3-month, like 1 to 2 weeks back. This thing broken or something? Well, anyway, Alexa, play Justin Bieber. Baby by Justin Bieber. Thanks for all you do, buddy. Have a good weekend and get a haircut to get the ladies. The ladies like the long hair, actually. It's just the dudes that don't. Can we get an SS Naruto run into the Burning Fire of Friday? Close. So my final DTE, 0 DTE puts of the day print. Ugh. Long hair and money? Why are you still single? Choice. I don't care about your opinion, Vicky. That's it. We can't be friends anymore. Why not? Because of the hair? I don't want to be friends with you anymore either. Too bad, Darth. Upstart same like Citadel of Loans? Oh, I fucking hope so. I don't man bun it. This is not long enough yet. And I would definitely do like a top knot before a man bun. Because it's cooler and it tells people that I have a sword at home. Straddled SPX at 3,900. Am I smart or dumb? Could be worse. Which obviously is Gustavo. No. Managed to get like 10% of my total port in profit today in just SPX. Trading SPX is hella fun. You just haven't lost money on it yet, Street Lamp. But maybe you have. It is pretty cool. Reminder, less than 10 minutes left for opening cover calls. If you're not going to wait for T plus Tuesday. Yeah, I should have sell some. What would happen from the Fed next week that would make you full bull for the next leg up? That they do exactly what's expected of them, or less. Oh, believe me, I have. All right. I chased catcalls this week and up 40%. Thanks, Garrick. Congratulations, man. Have you considered styling your hair Japanese samurai style and shave the top while leaving the back tied together or put in a bun? Like a friar? Hey, Gurk, is your name Gherkin? Yeah. What conditions have to be met for early assignment on cover calls? They're in the money. Ooh. SPX pushing up to 39.05. What an exciting end of the day. I wish I still had calls. Now I might straddle it. Hold on. I gotta finish selling my covered calls. See if I can get 39.05 put. This breaks down, I'm gonna have to strangle it. Ugh. Yep. You selling CCs for next week on GME? Damn straight. Gork, why did my calls just plummet in price? I have no idea what you're talking about. Where'd you list them? Like I said, if the Craigslist ad is still up, they're available. I haven't tried cornrows. They sound painful. I don't like having my hair pulled around. Which covered call options did you just sell? A few of them? It's the exact opposite of what you told me last night. Puts for Jimmy weekly, $28. I don't know. I don't like them. They could print, but they might not. So the market keeps rallying. Jimmy will just drag up like it did last November. Whatever happened to that fanfic about me trying to hit you up in the school hallway, calling you Gherkin Senpai Uwu? I don't know. What'd you do with it? I thought you were gonna frame it or laminate it and keep it in a binder with the rest of my DD. $25 cover calls on Upstart risky going into Monday. Probably not. I already have 25s out on Upstart. Hey Gurk, thanks for streaming even when you're feeling too good this week. No problem. I mean, I had positions to manage. I didn't have much of a choice. I can't believe I'm, like, except for my straddle, I'm unexposed to the SPX for the first time in weeks. It's not even a straddle, it's a strangle. It's like a little strangle. I feel so naked. $35 cover calls and RevRQ too greedy. Get my 2750s get assigned a week earlier. Yeah. Why did Jimmy sell off after a 0 GT expiry? I think we did see that, right? Yeah. Looks like that played out. I think most traders took profits back here on all three of the high tests, which dropped off a lot of the pressure. And then I think these were like the forced close positions into the end of the day. Ding ding, the day is done. Well, that was an exciting week of the market going up like a rocket. So next week we've got the FOMC rate meeting on November 1st, and the announcements, I believe, on the 2nd at 2 p.m. That's going to dictate a lot of the direction of the market moving forward. What's the Fed going to do? It's hard to say. I think a 0.75 is basically set in stone at this point. But with the GDP increase, a 1.0 could be on the table. With dollar liquidity issues, a 0.5 could be on the table. So a slim chance of either of those outliers, but something still to consider. I mean, obviously, one would be far more bullish and the other far more bearish. We don't want any surprises, really. I think not really sure that we have any super important economic data coming this week besides that. I expect we will trade mostly flat on SPX. We'll see what kind of OI ranges we have Monday morning as we move into the next daytime trading session. And hopefully not any big economic things over the weekend. If we have a fairly calm weekend, that would be ideal. Apple largely responsible for helping push up the market today, which gave bulls a little more confidence, and then that I think that accelerated indexes a little beyond their potential this morning. GME had some pressure on it today, but I worry with many of those calls closing out that a lot of that pressure is going to be relieved Monday. I don't think enough calls went in the money today for us to see serious price action on T+2, but we'll see what it looks like on the gamma exposure. Obviously we have to wait till Monday at market open for all that data, but I'll include it in the daily DD then. Members only stream will be this Sunday from 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Real Talk sold 3650s today at the peak of IV for November 18th. Am I fucked? You might want to buy them back before ETF FTDs, depending on how those are looking, but you're pretty far out of the money. I don't think you're in too much trouble. I have 35s and 3650s that I just sold too, so I wouldn't say it's crazy. Upstart, still in kind of the same position it was. Still, just waiting for something to break on the two of these, or for them to get some liquidity during the ETF FTD period. What else? Fubo moved up a little bit today, but not a lot. Kind of recovering from that hard drop this morning, which also didn't really make sense. Remember, this is still under a massive put wall. It's got earnings coming up, I believe, next week. I think if there's a chance for Fubo to reprice, it'll be after their earnings. I think a lot of this hedging is for, or a lot of this upside hedge is to allow longs to buy in. I think we're going to see a lot more bulls on Fubo going forward, and earnings could really be where that breaks. So I'm really excited about that, but obviously be careful selling cover calls on Fubo into next week. And that's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm sorry Jimmy didn't run up to 30 today. Really, I am. I know it seemed unlikely, but there was still a chance, and we kind of fell a bit short. But hopefully we get everything sticks to the plan over the next couple weeks, right? We want to see them get that liquidity from ETFs going into November 7th. And then we want to see them use that liquidity to short the price of the stock very, very hard before going into the November OPEX period. Remember that if we do see a rally of any kind in that period of time, that could reduce the number of obligations due for November OPEX. So we don't want to see significant price improvement for ETF FTDs. We'd want to see maybe 10%, 15 at most, to really ensure that we have those obligations locked in for the next OPEX period. And that's about it. Yep. So I'll see you guys all Sunday, or the rest of you on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody. Bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.